His show. For the next 2 hours or so, we'll be discussing the state of the nation, bearing in mind that we also be having a cabinet approval for 3 cabinet nominees, not forgetting Mutahi Kagwe, who has been nominated to take over the Ministry of Agriculture. Former governors William Kabogo, who is being vetted for the Information and Digital Technology Ministry, and we also have former Governor Lee Kenyanjui, who have been nominated for the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. That will be about 12 p.m. and when that time comes, we'll be crossing over there. Our Bunge team are on standby to ensure that we bring you that live coverage in regards to the same. That is what is happening in the next couple of hours or so. But for now, before then, we'll be discussing the state of the nation. A lot has been happening over the weekend in the last 1 week. So we'll be looking at a number of them, including that cabinet vetting, what we'll be looking out for. We'll be looking at the state of politics as well, including that discussion that just refuses to go away. We'll be touching a little bit on some of the issues surrounding the abductions. Actually, the government also mentioning that we also should be very careful on our social media, and there are some mooted ideas in regards to bringing about a social media regulation bill amid those abductions. Other than that, we'll also be looking at what the government has been doing, and in as much as we have seen them being bashed on social media, we will also be very objective in ensuring that we discuss this whole issue objectively. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we are live on our social media spaces. We are live also on our KBC digital app. Very quickly, let me introduce my panel of guests. I have a lawyer, an economist, and also be joined by an engineer. But let's first of all hear from them, beginning from my immediate left. Immediate left is my friend, a very long time I haven't seen you, is Martin Andati, who is a lawyer and also a political...
I'm not a lawyer, I'm a land surveyor.
Yeah, land surveyor, yeah. And also a political analyst. Karibu sana, Martin.
Good morning, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, we've not met for a long time.
Happy New Year twice, because I didn't see you the whole of last week. You'll be telling us why you've been hibernating. Just next to him, we have an economist and also a political analyst. His name is Dr. Joseph Rotich.
Thank you, Ben.
I've also not seen you in a while.
I think we had gone for recess.
Yes.
We had a very long holiday, which was a blessed one, and we spent most of the time in our rural setup.
Yes.
And we have enjoyed the part of last year, and we thank God that we are in the new year, and we are grateful to God that things are working well.
Good to see you,
despite ups and downs of the political terrains in this country.
And later we'll be joined by Engineer Crispus Wadimba, who is also a leadership and governance expert. But allow me to start the conversation with these two distinguished gentlemen, a very objective conversation. We will be looking at the vetting at about 12 p.m., Martin. And with all fairness, the president has been the president of Kenya for slightly over 2 years. And in that time, we have seen cabinet reshuffles, we have seen cabinet dissolution, and we also have seen reshuffles, I think for the 3rd time now. What is the entry for the 3 CS nominees who are going to be vetted today, bearing in mind many people have said that the broad-based government, we saw a handshake with former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and these 3 have been allies of the former president for years.
Well, I think all these things are being driven by political expediency. Because you remember the immediate former CS for ICT, Dr. Ndungu, she hardly lasted 3 months, 3-4 months. That was supposed to be your CS. And she was a very serious ICT expert. But you know, because she doesn't have much political leverage, because she's not a politician per se, and you will not hear or see much of her. The wielders of political power realize that she's not adding much political value. And you know, 3-4 months is not enough time for one to assess one's ability. Even probations, if they employ you on KBC, they'll give you a duration of a minimum of 6 months for probation. But you bring in Dr. Ndungu and others, even the guy who was in agriculture, he had hardly served for 3-4 months. He was also pushed out and made an ambassador to Brazil. So we cannot know whether they were going to deliver or not. So even these ones who are coming in, I don't think it's so much about service delivery. Because if it was more about service delivery, then we should have given the other ones who have been pushed out time. But among those three, Mutahi Kagwe, in terms of service delivery as a CS, he's done fairly well when he was in ICT before. Then when he also served during Kibaki's time. Then when he did extremely well during COVID. Although we later on had the scandal in KEMSA. But by and large, COVID was a new phenomenon, which was very disruptive with a lot of challenges. But he handled it extremely well. On a score of 1 to 10, I'll give him 7, 8. He was able to communicate very well. He came up with the protocols, of course, with a lot of support from the president then, who was President Uhuru. So they were able to handle the COVID challenges very well. So he's gotten a proven track record. Lee Kinyanjui has been governor in Nakuru. He was an assistant minister for transport. But he's not outstanding per se, because he's not one of those governors you will say he did extremely well, that people were able to say that he did quite well. So he has basically been brought in. And you can see even the appointments they are being made. The former CS Agriculture was from Kiambu. They have brought in Kabogo, who is from Kiambu. Then this lady is from Nakuru, Dr. Ndungu, the former ICT CS. They have brought in Lee Kinyanjui, who is from Nakuru. Then you have now Mutahi Kagwe coming in. So it is more about political intrigues, because it's not a coincidence that this happened immediately after the president had gone to meet the immediate former president. So it tells you that it is part of the political horse trading that was going on. Because most of the three guys were in Azimio, apart from Kabogo, the two. Kabogo was in Kenya Kwanza. He ran for governor in Kiambu on his own party, Tujibebe, but he didn't do well, because I think the best years, when he was governor, he did quite well. He set up very good structures as governor for revenue collection. The hostels were running very well, but after he lost elections and Waititu came in, most of those structures were dismantled. So when he tried to run again, he couldn't hack it. So, and he didn't do well the way people had expected. So basically he is being rewarded, and I think the president must be doing most of these things with a focus on 2027. You try to get as many of the political bigwigs as possible on your side, so that anybody else who would be seen likely to oppose you, you bring him on board. So I think it's more about political expediency than service delivery. Because if it was about service delivery, then I think the lady who has exited is a professional. There was a thought and a proposal after Gen Z that we need to have some professionals in the cabinet. And that is how the two doctors were brought in. But they have hardly had enough time to settle. So it's more about politics than service delivery. Yeah.
Doc, let me pick from where Martin has left, and he has mentioned that indeed these three politicians have had a track record, well arguable though, and we have seen since 2013 the government, the CSs mostly were technocrats. But looking at the government right now, I think there are only two technocrats left. We have CS Miano, we also have the irrigation CS Muga. And
they are being flashed out. We don't have a lot of technocrats, in as much as the politicians, in one way or the other, they are also technocrats. What's your take on that?
I think, Ben, when you, with a quick look at the whole scenario, Ben, you can see politics playing more than anything to do with deliveries. Because when you, just let me take you back a little bit. Those people who were shortlisted to be interviewed for the principal secretaries, you look, more than half of them are those who actually failed to capture their seats in the last election. Then you ask yourself, what a coincidence. I mean, it looks like somebody may have requested the list of those who failed in the last election, and then they only added some few individuals, maybe to balance up the whole thing. And then going by also what we are talking, Lee Kinyanjui, talk about Kabogo, talk about Kakwe. The only person there whom I can see has a potential of delivering is Kakwe, because of his experience that we saw. But these are the characters, are the people who are dethroned in their own political positions. So I can see politics at play, and I'm not seeing the solution or adding value to the current management of our resources going into the future. It is actually trying to balance the politics, the political power for the 2027 election. And when you look at it again, Ben, if we are serious about this thing called broad-based, we should be thinking about having an all-inclusive government where all the stakes, in fact, the current apportioning is done like the membership. It is like, just like a company membership, whereby you will be paid, or the dividends shall be paid in terms of, on the basis of the number of shares that you have. I would have wished a broad-based government to be a government that is all-inclusive, not only in terms of political appointment, representation, regional representation, but equally, even the number of people who are employed should be reflective of the national face if we have to make any headway in this process. It is not right, my brother. You saw recently. It is not. We have not arrived from Jerusalem. Recently, when Kachako was removed, you saw the list of those people who were working in his office. Over 95% are from a particular region. And if this thing called appointment is anything to go by, it means you are given that position to benefit where you are coming from. And I don't think that is the broad-based government that we are looking forward actually to realizing. I think it is a high time for Kenyans that we become real in our approach. When we say take for example, Ben, as we are talking today, Mount Kenya had about 8 CSS, over 15 or 16 PSS. And then you are still thinking of further rewarding. Are we really considerate of the broad-based government, or we are taking care of the company membership shares that we may be having at the play behind the scene? So I want to see a Kenya that reflects the representations of all Kenyans, irrespective of their numbers, or wherever they are coming from, or the political influence that we may be thinking about. Look at it, Nani. When we talk about all the upheavals that we have been realizing after every electioneering, it was caused by, a winner take it all. Means if you have a president that is of your tribe, you will stand more, to benefit more than the one who has failed. I was looking forward. I saw one of the discussion of Mheshimiwa Kaluma somewhere, that we even apart from looking at the regional balancing of these appointments, we must consider that Kenyans, or having an all-inclusive representation among the civil servants, among the the executives, among the appointment positions. And while the idea is very good, practically, the way it is being practiced is totally wrong.
And maybe, and that you can also chip in with that, because after this, we also expect some PSs, some reshuffle in the PSs. And the broad-based government, they were supposed to observe regional gender balance and also affirmative action. Do you believe these aspirations are being met?
No, they are not. Because if it is about regional balance and gender balance, you have 3 CSs who have been picked. They are all from one community. So there is no gender. Because if it is gender, then one of them should have been a woman. But you dropped Dr. Ndungu, you have replaced her with a man. Then you have the 3 guys all coming from one community. They're all from the Kikuyu ethnic community. So the gender balance is not there. The regional ethnic balance is also not there. You know, so they fail. And if we had things working the way they are supposed to, then Parliament, especially the Committee on Appointments, should have recommended the rejection of those appointments. But we all know what happens in some of those sessions. So they will still pass because the executive has a very big bearing on how Parliament performs its role. And you know, Kenya Kwanza, the speaker is from Kenya Kwanza, Wetangula, my brother. They have the majority. Whether that majority was obtained through whatever political coercing and horse dealing, you know, so all these things are come at play. But by and large, I think the problem started in the first cabinet. The president missed the mark. You know, and some of us are on record. Somebody like Aisha Jumwa worked very hard for Kenya Kwanza. But I don't think Aisha Jumwa was the right person to be appointed CS for public service. You know, the public service is the engine that drives civil service. And if you don't get it right, if the civil service does not deliver, then the president is not going to deliver. And that's why you can see he's really struggling. Now, they are running all over the place trying to firefight. And you know, if you asked, because we live in this country and we interact quite a bit with the guys around power. They are our brothers and sisters. They will tell you the numbers out there are not looking very good. Kenyans are very disillusioned out there. The mood is not good. So the guys who are in power are wondering, what happened? Because President Ruto wins, the first deputy president to arise to the presidency, fighting against very strong forces, fighting against Raila, fighting against the sitting president, and all these other characters who are around there. He still managed to overcome that with the support of the ordinary masses out there. Now, the same people who are fully supporting the president, they don't want to hear or see anything about him. He tells you there is a problem, you know. So the main problem which President Ruto has got is he missed the mark in terms of when he formed the first cabinet. That is where he lost it, because they were better people. By the time he was realizing that that Ministry of Public Service is very crucial and moving Aisha from there to gender, the damage had already been done. Because look at who was Uhuru's Minister for Public Service, Professor Margaret Kobia. Kobia had been the chair of the Public Service Commission before. She is very seasoned. And you know, she had a track record. She was not a politician. You will not hear her making any of those political statements. In fact, you will hardly ever see her out there. But she was able, because she understood how public service works. And she understood that this is the engine that drives government. And that is how you're able to get even the political agenda being delivered. So she did a very good job. So you can't replace her with somebody like Aisha Jumwa. Then some of the permanent secretaries also, there are ways of rewarding them. You know, it's good to reward loyalty. But there are other better places that some of those people would have been accommodated. You don't give them some of those very critical positions like CS and PS. So that is where the problem, the rain started beating President Ruto. And then when we had the Gen Z agitation, their main issue was, one, accountability. Two, they wanted meritocracy. Have the right people who can be able to do the right thing. We have gone back. You know, all the issues they were raising about accountability, they are all forgotten. The inclusivity, the meritocracy, it's all gone. And just what Dr. is talking about. Look at even that shortlisting. It can tell you that the names are already predetermined, you know. So you call people to bring in applications, but from the shortlisting and from the names, you can clearly know that Dr. is just escorting, you know. You here is escorting. So they already have names. Because like now, when I talk to my friends in ODM, they tell me ODM has 15 slots. So they are supposed to remove 31 or 32 PSS. So the total is 52. Mm-hmm. So basically those who will be given an extension of contract is about 20. So 32 of them are going. Mm-hmm. 15 will go to ODM. So ODM has definitely handpicked the names. So anybody wasting their time applying, thinking that you will be brought in on merit is wasting time. Oh. And you know, when you pick most of those guys on political considerations, they will not serve Kenyans because they have been brought in by political interests. So they just come there to serve the masters, to make a bit of money, to appease the political constituencies where they come from. And that way it means service delivery is seriously compromised. So, because in August this year, President Ruto will have done 3 years. So, and you know, as we move closer, the campaign fever starts catching up. So people will start campaigning. But you know, now the question is, people will be asking, can you tell us what you have delivered in 3 years? Where are the deliverables, you know? Mm-hmm. Because vis-a-vis the promises. And you know, part of the problem Ruto also has had, he overpromised. You know, he went and promised so many things, which it's not possible for you to deliver most of what he promised, you know. So he should have picked a few issues, focused on those ones, and made sure that those ones are fully completed. So that even when you go back to the electorate, pick 3 or 4 issues and focus on those ones and deliver. Right now, you see, the universities have issues. CBC, we are having issues. Like now, we have kids in grade 7. My son is in grade 7. You know, KICD has told us there are no books. So for that, the books will be ready in 2 months' time. How? I mean, health should have rolled because, so what are the kids doing in school?
All right, we'll be looking, we'll be delving much deeper into service delivery. But Doc, I'm looking at the broad-based government. With all fairness, it's that it's part of opposition. This has not happened the first time. We do remember the handshake between President Uhuru and the former Premier Raila Odinga. Going back to Kibaki in 2007, 2008, opposition were brought in government. And even going a few years back, Moi also brought in Raila Odinga. More or less what we've been saying is that the broad-based government has a lot of opposition. What does it say in terms of service?
I tell you again, I mean, Ben, the issue of broad-based government was based on realistic approach. Realistic approach in the sense that, you remember, Ben, the margin that His Excellency the President Ruto won the last election, it was hardly 200 or 221,000
votes. 21.
And the margin, that margin is too small to ignore. So it was very necessary that His Excellency the President, because of the need to have a stable government, having an all-inclusive or broad-based government was an essentiality. It was very important. You see, he has achieved part of it, even though we look like he's losing Mount Kenya because of the upheavals that arose after the exit of the deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua. But all is not lost, because you find what the Mount Kenya had actually came through representations is still intact. And having this broad-based government, according to me, it is a win-win kind of situation. But my biggest concern, Ben, is...
So what is the essence of having an election? Why don't we just agree
actually,
with
the next question is, doesn't even this cripple the opposition? And we need the opposition.
Let me tell you, Ben, we are Africans, and we are yet to believe about the true democracy. So the democracy that is being practiced is a homegrown democracy. Because like America, when Trump won, I mean, he completely won, and he's in control of, he will be in control of his government, because he won, as by majority, yes. In this case, it is like His Excellency the President, Uhuru, won without the majority support of Kenyans. 200 margin, my brother, is too little to ignore. So in this case, because of the African nature of our way of doing things, you remember, my brother, it is hardly 7 months. We used to see a lot of happenings, Chakaranda here, everywhere, a lot of running up and down. You hear no more of those ones. Why? The room to develop this country is now being achieved. We are not losing through riots. We are not losing through running battles, which are not necessary in the first place. So at least that problem we are solving. Even though there is another problem that's upcoming, that is the Gen Z problem. And somehow in these appointments, Gen Z seems to have been ignored. In the real sense, the Gen Zs were against the corruption, which is something that is, we don't have the solution as up to now. People, Kenyans are still feeling. And they were talking about equal representations, in terms of employment. Something that when you see the current government recycling the old guards into the government, leaving behind the young generations, and then you ask yourself, then where are we heading as a nation?
Yes, and still on the same, in as much as the broad-based government cools some nerves in the country and also reduce the riots and the demonstrations that were currently underway, but we are looking at countries all over the world. Most countries have an opposition to check the government. But looking at the last 20 or so years, we've always been bringing opposition into government. During Moi time, during Kibaki time, during Uhuru time, during...
You saw, Ben,
yes.
Uhuru had to tame the riotous behavior of ODM.
But I don't think we can
by bringing Right Honorable Raila on board, and he won. He succeeded. And even though Ruto was, by the time he won, he was not looking like he was going to, encourage the kind of handshake. He has succumbed to it because it is necessary. Kenyans, you cannot bring them to order if such kind of approach is not done. So what I'm saying, my brother, the democracy that we have, you should not compare it with the kind of democracy that is in the West. The democracy that we have is a homegrown democracy, whereby we want to bring all Kenyans on board. And of course, the success of bringing Kenyans on board, all of them, could be in terms of appointments, could be in terms of employment, could be in terms of equitable distribution of resources, could be in terms of how we conduct ourselves.
All right, I hold the thought because we really still to unbreak that, because many Kenyans do feel that in as much as we are bringing in a broad-based government and coalitions, at the end of the day we also need democracy and we also need an opposition to check that government. But for now, we're also joined now by Engineer Crispus Wadhimba, who is a governance expert. But before we get back to this live discussion, as you can see on your screen, that is Wachira, Kevin Wachira, who is at County Hall. Remember, that is the venue for the Cabinet Secretaries vetting, where we're expecting the 3 Cabinet nominees to be vetted any time from midday. Good morning, Wachira. What is the latest from County Hall?
Well, thank you very much. We are coming to you live from County Hall. This is Parliament Buildings, where the vetting process of the 3 cabinet secretary nominees is about to start in the next less than 2 hours. The first nominee is expected to enter the room behind me at around 12 noon. That will be the nominee for Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, that is the former Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe. Remember, Mutahi Kagwe served in the previous administration, that is Uhuru Kenyatta's administration, as the Cabinet Secretary for Health. It became popular during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now he will get a chance to convince the Committee on Appointments that is chaired by House Speaker Moses Wetangula his suitability to lead the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. One of the key issues that he is supposed to answer is how he expects he will roll out the nationwide vaccination that has been declared by President William Ruto, targeting at about 22 million livestock. The second nominee will be the nominee for Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. That is the former governor for Kiambu County, William Kabogo, who is expected to take the vetting position at around 3 p.m. The former governor will get an opportunity to spell out his vision for the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. He will get 2 hours to engage the Committee on Appointments before the third nominee, that is the nominee for Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, that is the former governor for Nakuru County, Lee Kinyanjui, takes position to convince the committee. It is expected that the committee will be done with preparing a report by tomorrow, so that by Thursday, when the House will have a special sitting, the House will determine whether the 3 nominees are suitable to lead the crucial ministries. Now back to you, studio.
Thank you so much, Kevin Wachira, there from County Hall, just in the precincts of Parliament. In that hall behind him is where the 3 CS nominees will be vetted from 12 a.m. in the Moses Masika Wetangula-led committee. But who are these 3? How much do you know them? Let's first of all have a look at the CS nominees, beginning with former Health CS Mutahi Kagwe. Mutahi Kagwe is the CS nominee for Agriculture and Livestock Development. He has, of course, he has served as a Cabinet Secretary for Health. That is between the year 2020 and 2022. Remember, we are just touching on the latest in regards to his academic and professional status. He was the Nyeri Senator beginning the 2013 to 2017. He is aged 67 years. He has had his education, advanced education in the United States International University and the University of Nairobi. And as Wachira has mentioned, is that we will be looking at Kenyans are waiting in regards to the livestock vaccination program. Just next to him is I have Lee Kinyanjui, who is a CS nominee, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. He is aged 49 years. Has been the governor of Nakuru County beginning 2017 to 2022. He is an alumni of University of Nairobi and Kenyatta University. Remember that ministry in the last 2.5 years, it has had about 3-4 CSs now. Just next we have William Kafogo, or Kabogo if you like, CS nominee, Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. Of course, this is where all the media houses. He will be the CS for communication and also the digital economy, which is coming up very well. Born in 1961, he's aged 63 years. He has been the governor of Kiambu beginning 2013 to 2017. But in the year 2017, he was not able to grasp that seat again. He has been also a member of a National Assembly. He has been an MP, comes from Kiambu County. His professional credentials include education from the Punjab University, that is in India. Those are the 3 CS nominees that we will be looking at from 12 p.m., where we do expect that the committee tasked with that, led by
by Speaker Moses Wetangula will be looking keenly in regards to that. And gentlemen, as you have seen, those are just a sneak preview of they have a checkered resume, but we have decided to just focus on their last work. Engineer, karibu sana.
Thank you so much, and I'm happy to be here with you guys.
Karibu sana. Now, we are looking at the state of the nation, and more specifically looking at the cabinet secretaries vetting that we expect from midday today. But we're also looking at other factors that have played out in regards to that. Martin has mentioned, in as much as we are broadening the government, why it should have been the 3 CSs from one ethnic community, for lack of a better word, they're being recycled. And also, we have seen the aspect of age. And I remember the head of state talking about 60 years. We have seen there's someone from who has 63 years and another 67 years as well. I would like your view in regards to that.
Well, I'm happy to be here, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I think this government has really struggled to find a proper footing in terms of the kind of fabric it is forming in terms of character. Because at the beginning of this administration, they did away with the traditional politician, and they came with these young, new, vibrant personalities who were put in the ministries. For example, Susan Naumicha, somebody we didn't know, they were given an opportunity to be cabinet secretary. Within 2 years, the whole cabinet was dissolved. Then we had recent appointments as far back in July, people like Dr. Nyambura, Dr. Karanja, people we don't even have, who have no political history. The CS for water, very young man. But still, up to now, the government still hasn't found the right footing to step on.
Allow me to interject, but we really need to look at that microphone, engineer. But before we crossed over to County Hall, you were speaking something in regards to the formation of the broad-based government.
You know, Ben, something that is also amazing me is something to do with this kind of vetting. To me, we will save a lot of time, because how many of those whom His Excellency the President has appointed and rejected at the vetting level? I only remember one lady from Pomen, not Pomen, from Puret, who was rejected by this banner. I've never heard of anyone. So, this one...
They also rejected Malonza.
Oh, Malonza.
But
Parliament saved her.
So that is what I'm saying. We have heard the least number of those who could be rejected after they are appointed by the president. And even this gentleman, by the look of things, this is actually about political balancing. This is actually about rewarding some particular people for their perceived support in the future. Because these gentlemen were allied to Uhuru Kenyatta. These are perfect friends of Uhuru Kenyatta. So when that kind of silent handshake was made up, is when maybe he proposed to the president that now that we are working together, or we have that good working relationship, can you have this gentleman? So we are looking at having part of the Uhuru's government back into the government of His Excellency the President Ruto. And I'm not surprised, even though my brother is talking about the kind of those who are given positions in the past, for the last 2 years, they were not having any political or whatever information. But I'm not looking at the political patronage in the issues to do with appointing positions. Because these are positions of delivery. These are positions that must enrich the wisdom of leadership in this republic. So when you get somebody on the basis of political alignment or political patronage, you are failing to see the reality of what we need. What we demand now is actually the delivery of services to the people of Kenya. It is not so much about the tribe, it is not about all this, but it is so much about a capable person. And that is why, Ben, we still have a problem after the way we look at the elections. That is why Kenyans are really pushing the government that why don't you come up with the IEPC? Because Kenyans are already seeing election coming up. Because they may be tired of what they are seeing. They want to see a different style of leadership. But so long as we are still working not on the basis of meritocracy, So long as we are not considering merit as to who can deliver than the other, and see that one as the only thing that we need in this republic, political patronage, political alignment will never solve our problem. So in this case, even as I look at these gentlemen, they will be there. What political wealth or experience will Kapogo add to the current inability to deliver in this republic? What do we expect from him? At least we have the history of Kakwe, and we know that he delivered in the docket of health when he was given that position. Lee Kinyanjui is the one who was removed by the people of Nakuru as the governor. Why they removed? Maybe it was because of the incompetence. Now we are recycling it back to the government. Now, it is not because of what we are expecting from him. It is because of what is expected to bring some political additional value. Come the 2027 election. Right. So, my take is this, Ben. If we are serious to bring this country to the level of prosperity, to the level of delivery, we must consider first meritocracy. Who is qualified to do that job? Without necessarily considering about attracting the populace Mount Kenya region by rewarding almost on a daily basis. And I think, and we look at something that is better than a tribe, better than a community, better than all these things, so that we only have our eyes on the delivery of services. We will see our economy starting to come up. We will see our welfare, the welfare of Kenyans, improving. The moment we start improving, now talk about the health services. The Ministry of Health as we are having today, we have problems with the delivery of service as far as the NHIF and SHIV. The NHIF, the defunct NHIF, now that we have SHIV and Shiva. It was a very brilliant idea to change from the NHIF to this other fund. But the practicability or making it visible for Kenyans has become a problem. It has proved to be a hard nut to crack, to remove ourselves from the past. The NHIF now, and maybe adapt the new system, which we believe it will really engulf the better part of the welfare of the Kenyans. But what can we do as a nation if we go this direction of recycling?
Engineer, we've corrected that, and apologies for that. I
hope the mic is working.
It's okay now.
Yeah, so what I was saying...
Yeah, and in as much as that, and as Daktari has observed, in as much as we are bringing in these people, we are calling it the broad-based government. In as much as it hasn't observed any of the ethnic, any of the regional, gender, affirmative action, all those have been sidestepped. What do these three we're hoping to bring in, as we call it, a broad-based government?
You know, clearly by looking at those three, you can easily tell that the interest William Ruto is trying to achieve is to probably win back the hearts and minds, if not all, or part of Mount Kenya region. To what extent these two will be able to deliver, we will have to wait and see. What level of influence they have in that region is something we need to tell, because most of them have been out of power for over 2 or 3 years. And we are yet to really feel what kind of influence they have on the ground, because they have not been very vocal. Other than Kabogo, who has been at least heard once or twice in the last 3 years, the likes of Lee Kinyanjui and Kagwe have not been outspoken in terms of criticizing or supporting this government. They have not been seen around Uhuru Kenyatta. So even those who are saying these are Uhuru Kenyatta's nominees, he has not said that. It is a meeting that was seen to be with William Ruto. Then the next day we saw 3 people being named. We don't even know if they had already negotiated their position before William Ruto met Uhuru Kenyatta. So we leave it to that. Time will tell. But my concern with this government is that it is a broad-based government, which is okay. It's what in America they call bipartisan. It's what in 2008 we call Grand Coalition government. If you look at the Grand Coalition government, it was able to deliver. We had double-digit economic growth for those 4 years that they were there. But we have experimented with broad-based government for the last 6 months. But we have experienced contraction in our economy so far. We have not experienced any changes, meaningful changes, that can actually sway the influence of the young people who are still complaining, who are still crying. We have even now seen the level of abduction going to the regional level. We are seeing state actors who are acting without the framework of the Kenya police, abducting people, and nobody can be able to touch them. We have seen politicians pronouncing themselves, saying, even if you don't have enough votes, we'll find ways of adding. So this is a concern that we must have. And those who are joining this government, are they going to have the capacity to speak to power the way we have seen Muturi speaking to power the other day? So we are hoping that these people, as much as they are joining this government, they are not going to stay there being muted. We expect them to sit in cabinet, see what is happening, and be able to have a voice. Otherwise, they'll be broad-based for nothing. We want a broad-based government that is able to have disagreement and agreeing on some matters. We want to see my views as a person from Nakuru being carried by Lee Kinyanjui there, and the views of the whole country. I want to see, for example, if the people of Mount Kenya are feeling disenfranchised, how then can we be able to bring them back in government? Because nobody wants to be left out. We don't want to see development being left out in our region. We want to see everybody bring on board so that come 2027, when the decision to elect or re-elect this government will be in an equal platform, that you came to my area, you promised me a road, it was finished or it was not finished. Yes.
And still on the same, some people have mentioned, and even on this, these alignments are geared towards the year 2027. And looking at the political environment that we have in the country, and for the past 1 week, it's been chaos, if you ask me, because we have witnessed so much of political intolerance to the point that it seems like people are pulling from different sides. I'm talking about allies, some of the allies that the president has. We have seen and we've heard them talk about 2027, yet we are talking about cabinet secretaries who are supposed to be a shining beacon for the next 2.5 years, so that come 2027, Kenyans can do an assessment and see, yes, they have worked, let's give them another opportunity, or they haven't worked, let's send them home.
You know, Gen Zs went to the streets. The issue of the finance bill was just the trigger. There were so many underlying issues. This arrogance of the likes of Sudi and the other handlers around the presidency, you know? The opulence of Murkomen. And you know, interestingly, even after the things cooled down, and now they think they have Uhuru's support, his people. They believe they have Raila's support to these people. The arrogance and the opulence has not gone down. You know, you don't talk, because what they are doing, they are talking at Kenyans. You remember Sudi saying that he will have a moment of reflection after the Gen Zs. He didn't. Murkomen is out there now, he's been put in interior, and he thinks he can take Kenyans to the Moi days. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen, because we have a very robust constitution with a very strong Bill of Rights, and among the best. So they will try to pull Kenyans back to those bad old days, but it's not going to happen. They'll get a lot of resistance. You've seen some of the things they try to do, the excesses. The government, the courts are able to step in. The others, Kenyans, are able to step in. And, you know, you cannot, some of the, like the issue of the youth and the social media, some of the things the youth post and some of the way some of those guys have used their social media, it's not right. But you don't respond to a mosquito bite with a hammer. You remember one time the president's daughter saying she's the first daughter. When Kenyans came out there and said there is no such position, the president came out and said, "Huyu ni mtoto tu. You expect these things from children." Why wasn't the daughter arrested and abducted and stuff like that? He acknowledged as a parent that kids do these things, you know. We know the presidents, one of the president's son owns the matatus, and you've seen them driven in town, at times even on the wrong side of the road, infringing the traffic rules. We've not seen them being abducted. So when some of the youth do some of the things that they are doing, there are better ways of trying to handle some of those things, you know. Because as you age and as a parent, you know, with age, you become a bit constrained.
Yeah. And it's also good to note that these are still allegations.
They are allegations, but you know, that's what I'm telling you, some of the things the youth have done are not good. But you know, you don't use too much force. We've had cases where some of the youth disappear. The next time they are found dead. You know, unless you don't live in this country. We have had youth who have disappeared, and the bodies are found, and nobody gives you an explanation. Because the president, when he took the oath in Kasarani, he swore to protect lives and property. So the buck will always stop with him, because he is a custodian. That's why he was given the sword. He's the only one who got the sword. That he is he's supposed to, even if you don't agree with him. There are times we don't agree with some of the things the government is saying or doing. There are times we don't agree with some of the things some of those guys in government are doing. But we have a right to express ourselves. This is a national government broadcaster. But you don't go looking for every sycophant to bring here. You accommodate all sorts of views, because we are in a democratic state. So the same way, we expect some element of tolerance. And some of those guys just need engagement. Can somebody go and engage and ask them, what are the issues? Because they went to the streets. When they went to the streets, you saw what happened. We all know what happened on 25th. And some of them lost lives. Of course, it was wrong for some of them to go to break into parliament and do some of the things they did. But killing them, was that really the remedy? You know, there were better ways of handling some of those things than we did. So as a country, we need to try and have a moment of reflection. And that's what I'm telling you. Even if you bring everybody on board, even if Raila were to lose in AU, appoint him prime cabinet, whatever, create something, that does not solve the underlying issues. You know, ask, engineer is a professional like me.
Yes.
If you ask him the kind of jobs that he used to get in whatever sector, you know, the people, even if you are in construction, you saw the construction sector has shrunk to the Moi era, you know. The professionals are not having the kind of work that they used to have. I used to go to Machakos virtually every other day. I used to go to Kiambu virtually every other day. I used to go to Kajiado. Nowadays, I finish 3-4 months without going to those places because there is not much. Go to the land registries, you know. You will find the counters are empty. So, and you know, if you want to know whether Kenyans are having money, Kenyans love land, let me tell you. They love buying land. You will see a lot of land transactions.
All right.
But now when you see people are not transacting, it tells you there's no money. People are basically looking for survival, you know.
All right. All right. And also good to inform our viewers that their views don't necessarily represent those of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, because some are still allegations. Some are still allegations. We might have had them, but we also really need to be still objective. Doc, I wanted you to comment in regards to the political intolerance that we have in the country at the moment.
I think, Ben, my basis of argument, can we look at what happened in DRC? Before you, whenever you have a quick look of the incidences that happened, that culminated in the execution of, the number of youth that happened, ranging from 16 to 25 or even 35 years, you can easily condemn it. But if you are taken back of the atrocities that he caused, the mayhem that he caused, the destruction that they caused, my friend, you cannot say anything about the execution. I'm not proposing that such a thing should happen. But what I'm saying, sanity must be seen to be prevailing in all the...
Are you talking about
both sides of his mouth? On one,
yes,
on
that is
one
why we
level,
want us
say-
to clarify.
We are
cannot compare Kenya
Doc,
to
we
a
are-
failed
no,
thing
yes,
like
we
this.
are
another
analyzing
thing, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You see, my friend, what
You can't compare Kenya
what am I
to a
trying to
failed
say?
state like DRC.
You know-
Rotich,
No.
Daktari, we really need to know exactly which side you are. You are on.
He is,
No, what I'm saying-
Yes, because
Let me tell you.
we are having political intolerance in the
Let me
country,
tell you,
and in a way, how
poli-
if the
You see-
politicians
you
or
see,
even
what you are seeing, my friend, like what is being bombarded into the media by the youth. Recently, we had a problem. We had an issue. There was I don't know whether it was a president or some big man from Netherlands. You know what the Kenyans did? The Kenyan youth they did. They searched for the net. I mean the WhatsApp, whatever of that country, and they bombarded with a lot of. Don't come to this country. Don't do what. Don't do this one. Is there anything else you can call that one apart from terrorizing your own country, blackmailing your own country, blackmailing your own leaders, and you call it democracy? So there is a state that we can tolerate as a nation, that this is what we can do. But where you see indiscipline in our nation, how can you be given a leeway to kill your friend, or to kill another person, or to destroy the properties of another person, or to portray another person in a bad picture, like putting the president in a coffin? Is it African, my friend? And you say, this is a political intolerance. The constitution of the land is practical. It is there for everybody. So when we are actually considering this...
the ones who are being killed by the
Let me... No,
those ones are protected.
again, no, in terms
I
of
have not
political
said anything.
intolerance.
That's what you are trying to
Gentlemen,
say.
gentlemen,
You know,
not trying to say, I'm speaking, my friend.
Gentlemen, and when you talk about political intolerance, I'm not talking about the Gen Zs who are posting those pictures on social media alone. It's both sides of the coin.
You know, Ben, what we are trying to say, you know, look at it this way. Even the kind of insecurity that we are facing in this country, it is also being propagated by the well-endowed individuals who have been in the government. What do you call those ones? So if you politicize matters, security, that is when we go wrong. So in this case, what we need to balance our approach. Whenever we talk about anything in this country, youth is part of this country. The elderly people are part of this country. Our women are part of this country. And their well-being must be considered. And their security must be assured. So in this case, when there is a section of the community, I'm not talking about a particular tribe, when there is a section of the community among Kenyans who are terrorizing others through media coverages, portraying... let me tell you, my friend, which African head of state, let me not talk about the America, because we may talk about a developed nation, whereby you put a living president in a casket and you portray that he is dead, and you are not just there laughing. The presidency of the Republic in any Republic of Kenya, is a symbol of unity, is the one who must assure us of the security of properties and lives of Kenyans. What are you showing as an individual? That you image somebody in a situation that it is not found. So
all right. Away from that, it's very wrong. It's more than wrong. And that actually is an abuse of the cyber crimes and
so when
a lot of laws. My point is...
When you say intolerance,
yes.
I mean, can you talk about now tolerance?
All right.
Can we tolerate?
All right.
You know,
very well,
two
very well.
wrongs don't
When we
make
are
a
talking... my point is the approach that is being taken in regards to whatever the photos that are being circulated on social media. Are you comfortable with the approach?
I'm not comfortable with the kind of abusive photos, portraying other images.
No, my question is, my question is, are you contented with how the government has responded in regards to that?
I'm not. Killing, no, but let me not talk even about killing, because we are not even sure whether the government is involved with killings.
So
we are not sure.
Who is involved?
All right.
Let me ask you.
That's a
the
debate that we cannot...
to protect lives and
Gentlemen, my director informs me we really need to take a quick break.
Yeah.
So let's also
need
remember, again, as I said, there's a conversation that refuses to go away, but in as much as that, we really need to be objective in regards to this. So we will be objective. Let's take a quick break, then we come back, and then we delve deeper into this. You're watching KBC News Check. We are taking a quick break at exactly 11 a.m. Remember, We will be back with the discussion on Cabinet Secretary vetting, and also we will be back with also the live feed from County Hall. We'll be back in a minute.
Mimi shida zangu zote hapa ndani ya hii nyumba, chanzo chake ni nani? Si ni wewe?
Utachekwa. Yote hayo nayajua.
Yaani nyanya, sikujua unampenda Karembo kiasi hicho. Ingekuwa ni mimi ungenidekeza. Mwenda. Haifai kuonekana mkizunguka ovyo ovyo hapa kisiwani mpaka tujue kesi isha vipi.
Karembo wangu. Karembo, wewe ni wangu. Na sina mpenzi mwingine usipokuwa wewe.
Tamu.
I never heard the music so sweet. I repeat.
Wagwan, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, each and every Monday we have to shell down the place with nothing but the best of smooth way the vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu tupo side giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by enjoying blazing hot hip-hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She say she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday with me, DJ_Liza Diva,
DJ Cold,
and me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunongwa. Hadija ai, mani especially ukisonga.
Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist Noor Bakayoko shares some insights on bullying and what can be done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health crises.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Very well, welcome back to KBC News Tech. Many thanks for joining us. Just in case you joined us on this hour, we are looking at the Cabinet Secretary's vetting, and after that we will be looking at the state of politics and the people in the country. And of course we have our political analyst Martin Andati. Just next to him we have Dr. Rotich, who is an economist and also a political analyst. Next to him we have Engineer Crispus Wadhimba, who is a governance and leadership expert. Gentlemen, we are back, and again, let's remain objective. And two sides of the coin. Nobody likes what is appearing on social media, and on the other side, people don't like what is happening to those who are believed to have posted these photos. At the end of the day, and this is something that all Kenyans should remember, that we have the 2010 Constitution, which guarantees, and as Martin has mentioned, we have a very strong Bill of Rights, such that in case of anything, then this should be done, this should be done. If you offend the law, you should face the law. And Doc, by political intolerance, I actually was not talking about abductions in regards to what you've had. Some of the political lieutenants of the head of state have been talking about, and especially on Sunday.
I see.
You see, that is exactly what I was talking about, not in regards, because the matter of abductions, of course, we will touch it in regards to what we've seen the international bodies like Amnesty International and others talk about just after we secured a UN human rights seat. So that is exactly what the tolerance I was talking about.
I think, Ben, to be to your point, I witnessed last week Sudi talking, and then Hassan Joho, and then Farah Mali. And their talks were hardened with the accusation that there are some people who they don't want to give the presidents a space to develop this country. And maybe because of the language and their background of the talk and all this and that, their talk actually can inflame the country. You know, Malaman talk about women. He is regarding.
We don't want to go to the context.
So that kind of intolerance, because Kenyans have a right to criticize the government. Kenyans have a right to say anything. But you see, so long as these are constructive criticism, we have no issue against anybody. But in fact, I was also expecting, in that list the former deputy president. I was expecting to be the fourth man or the third man, because the utterances that he has been making, the inflammatory kind of remarks that he has been making, you see, it does not give the country the good mind. It does not feed the country with the wisdom of the leadership that we need. And in this case, I think going forward, His Excellency the President, because everything actually stopped at him. When you talk about all these critics, you saw Malim spoke at the rally where His Excellency the President was there. And then also Sudi did the same. And he was with him. He was not away from the forum where he was. So I think it is a high time also the President to caution his own foot soldiers that it is a high time that we talk to Kenyans and respect Kenyans also, the way it should be respected. Because such uncarded kind of utterances will put this nation in a very awkward manner. Because the 2007 skirmishes that we experienced in this country was because of such kind of reckless utterances. So I think it is a high time that we should be individually and you should be individually and personally held responsible for whatever you do. And I believe the National Cohesion and Commission actually should do their work by calling these individuals and ask them what is it that is behind their minds. Because we don't want to inflame this country. We are past that one. And that means we need to tolerate one another. I mean, that is why we were saying.
Engineer, still on the same, because we really need to cool the political temperatures that we have in the country. And sometimes it bothers a Kenyan when you see these leaders who are elected by the same people talk about things that could inflame the country in front of the head of state. And in terms of political intolerance, just like Doc has mentioned, sometimes it makes the government working environment a little bit hard. Case in point is the livestock vaccination. Some Kenyans are on the view that no, it shouldn't be happening, it's supposed to do this and this and this. The government says this is what the vaccination wants to do, and especially for the livestock in the country. And because more political intolerance keeps creeping in, some people questioning the funding, some people questioning the vaccination program, and it's because of the political intolerance that we have in the country.
You know, for this government, they clearly need to reflect on themselves and ask themselves, why come every single item we propose to this country is facing resistance? Is it because we don't enjoy the goodwill of the people as we did when we got elected? The first 6 months of this country, the foreign, our neighbors, foreign missions, they were all over us. They wanted to come in, put money, work with us. But as we progressed, we started inviting policies that were not in tandem with even our own people. And we lost that goodwill. So the question and the thing that is required at this moment is that this government needs to focus on cultivating goodwill. And you cannot cultivate goodwill when you are intolerant to the views of the masses. If you don't agree with the masses, listen to them. Because the challenge we have in this government is that nobody is listening to what the people are saying. Nobody is sitting down and saying, you say this is what you want. can you allow me also to do the following? Nobody wants to listen. Everybody wants to say, wake up in the morning, this is what we are going to do, and if you don't do it, you have no other way. If it's my way, and that's it. We had the same problem with housing. We had the same problem with the shift. Now we are going to have the same problem with vaccination. We have had the same problem with the university funding. And all these other issues that Kenyans have said, no, we don't agree with them. This government keeps pushing on. They have only less than 18 months now to the active campaigns of 2017. So nobody, 2027. So right now, nobody is even concerned about building this economy. They've given up on this government. All they want is to oppose and oppose and oppose. Until it reaches 2027, they start campaigning. And that is where this government is having a problem. So whether they bring broad-based government of which community, which party, it will be a struggle. If they don't focus on winning the minds of Kenyans, they will not manage. Taliban's in Afghanistan, they resisted Americans for 20 years, and at the last day, American ran away. So even William Ruto can say, and with his people can say, we are going to be here for 24 years. But if you don't focus on winning the hearts and mind of Kenyans, you will never win this battle. Even Moi, at some point, gave up. 24 years, but there's a point he said, I am done. He had the choice, he had the machinery to overstay and extend his stay, but he said, okay, I am done. So even William Ruto should also know there's a point where this thing has a limit. Yes.
And that is still on the same, because the government has been receiving a lot of bashment. And looking at some of the issues that have cropped up, and especially on social media, every project that the government introduces, it has equal critics as well. How can this government turn around that image?
Are they ready to listen? Because, you know, they already have a mindset. Like now the vaccination of livestock. There is no budget. Ask any of the MPs who sit in the budget committee. They tell you we don't have that money. So where is the money to vaccinate the livestock coming from? Two, the way engineer said, who is communicating? Because, you know, you have the government, you have a winnow in some place, I don't know, head of some communication unit. You have Maura, my friend, communicate with Akina Gabriel Muduma, his government spokesman. You have Hussein in State House. You have, I don't know, Mnyori Buku. So, you know, it's all over. And then the president also is a spokesman. You know, so who is communicating? You know, and what is being communicated? How is it being communicated? You are a journalist. Yes. You know how communication is. You know, communication is not just about talking. You know, I can talk to you. I can even insult you without necessarily looking like I've insulted you. But I'll still pass the message. But you know, you have guys here. Things are being done in a very haphazard way. And you know, the president must learn to delegate. Because I think that is part of the problem we are having in that government. If he does not delegate, and if he does not give his, especially permanent secretaries and ministers a free hand, and the CEOs, even if he brings in, even if he brings back Uhuru in cabinet, he brings in Raila, they will still fail. Because you need to give the minister some leeway so that they are able to come up with policies, they are able to think out there and then advise you. Because ultimately, the person who takes the credit or the flag is the president. And these are basically people who are exercising delegated power. Because the ministers and the PSS and the other people, they don't have their own power. It is the president who has donated that power to them. So give them room so that there is some element of innovation. Then they can be able to think through, they can be able to listen to the people out there. The government, this station of yours, KBC, has a lot of FM stations, you know, in virtually almost every language. Are they using those stations well? And when you come in, you know, you need to know what message, who is passing this message and how is it being passed. Some of the social media, they lost the war a long time ago because all they do, they pay these bloggers of 528 So you tell those ones the best they can do is they send a message, then they keep on circulating that message in all the other forums. They don't have the capacity of engaging, you know. You must be able to get people who can engage. If somebody is giving you this side of the opinion, can you be able to reason out with their side of the opinion? If you realize that you cannot withstand the heat, you remember President Uhuru exited from social media networks, you remember?
Yes.
When he could not withstand the insults, he just withdrew. So if you realize that the heat there is too much, then they can exit. But they can also have a team, you know? Not the Itumbis of the world, because Itumbi will just get a message, then circulate in all the UD-affiliated groups, and then the message is all over repeated. If you try to query that message, there is no capacity to engage. Then you need, you know, people who understand in the kind of political dispensation we are operating in. We are post-2010. Dr. is still thinking about those candidates. He even has a canoe shirt. So he is still having the Jogo mindset. He is still having the canoe hangover.
That was really below the belt.
But you know, we have completely moved. And there are things even the government means well.
I'm happy that you're taking it.
The way they explain out the issues, then you meet resistance. Because if you don't engage, you know, like the issue of housing. I talked to some Chinese friends of mine. They have the housing levy in China, and it's 6%. The concept, if you look at the concept, it's good. But you know, the way it has been sold, there has been no buy-in. And you know, you tell people, initially it was a levy. Then initially they say those who are being deducted money, they will own houses. When Kenyans started asking questions, they said, me, I'm 50, I'm retiring at 60, and I already have my own house. I don't need the house. They now turned it into a tax. Because they could not engage. Yet, P.S. Hinga, you know, Hinga was head-handed by President Uhuru then from South Africa. He was involved in the housing sector in South Africa. So he's very good at that issue. But you know, when he came on TV, he could not explain. Because you people are asking him, what is the difference? Why is this supposed to, it's a tax, and the other side you are saying is a levy? He could not, you saw him sweating, you know? Because he has not sat through and understood some of these things. Because we need to get rid of the slums. We also need to have housing, affordable housing. Why didn't we put this money through National Housing Corporation and through housing finance? Because they already have a history. The issue of building tenant purchase houses is not new. Otiende, Rubia, Onyonga, all these houses, they were built by National Housing Corporation, and then the houses, people were allowed to buy those houses where the rent you pay translates into the purchase of the house. Then after 15 or 20 years, it becomes your house. So all we needed to do, now that the government is able to work with the counties to bring in, to get affordable land, because that has been one of the problems we have had with housing. So they will be able to help these institutions get affordable land. Then this money we are collecting, we invest it, we pump it through those institutions because they already have a history and they have the capacity. Then we enhance the capacity, then they do the houses. Then you have the people who are willing, they go and buy houses. But now you have houses, you don't have people to take up those houses. You have houses, there's a lot of resistance because people have put in money, they are asking, so how do I benefit out of all this? You know? And it's basically partly because of poor communication.
All right, and I think I'm looking at how maybe the government can change this narrative that we are seeing on social media. Sometimes they are really being bashed by Kenyans in regards to anything that comes out of government. Is there the communication that is failing, or it is the...
Let me tell you, Ben, this government has done a lot. And when we talk about whatever the government has done, it was actually in their manifesto. Ruto came in with the expressing that he was going to have affordable housing. Ruto came in with the expression that he was going to affordable healthcare. Ruto came in about he was going to improve the infrastructure, be it in terms of electricity, be it in terms of roads, be it in terms of what. All these things are ongoing. No, not even one is stagnant as we are talking today. And when you talk or somebody criticizes affordable housing, which actually was the campaign tool that the president or pledge to the people of Kenya. What do we exactly mean? I like when my brother talk about the inability to communicate, is what I'm totally agreeing with him. You know, the policies, the policies that the government is actually running should be able to explain in detail to the people of Kenya. So that lack of inability to explain about the importance of affordable housing, the importance of affordable healthcare, like Shiv and Shiva, that inability to explain what the government has done as far as the electricity is concerned, or the general infrastructure that is required as the backbone of the actual development. I think the buck stop at the communication, but not at the development. I don't feel this government to have failed. I mean, personally, it has done a lot. Let me tell you, you are not strangers in this land. When this government took over, the inflation rate was 9%. As we are talking today, it is 2.7%. That is something that is readable. My brother here and that can tell. When the government took over, the prices of foodstuffs were at the soaring stage. The prices now, Kenyans are now comfortable. They cannot afford to put their food on the table. When the government took over, the prices of fuel, it was very soaring. Now, the government, I mean, the fuel sector is driving itself to do the demand and supply. It was being subsidized. I mean, a lot of money was being pumped into this fuel sector. And the subsidies that also went to foodstuff is something that is forgotten. So when the president said that we have now at this level stabilized the economy of this country, and that this country now, as we are talking, is at the take-off stage, I think it is readable. What we have at the moment, Ben, is I can say, the media negative propagation that we have witnessed in most of it is like there are some professionals who have been hired to lie against what is being done. Because when you bombard a lie every day, it becomes a right. And for the government to be able to sell their policies to the people of Kenya, talk about this issue about the vaccination of animals. What was wrong with vaccinating the animals? I mean, why were we, speculative, or we over-speculated? When the president says now...
Okay, maybe,
listen,
let me just answer that. You've asked a question in regards to the agriculture. The vaccination program was supposed to start this month. That has not been appropriated anywhere in the budget. So Kenyans have a right to ask, where are we getting this?
No, we are not talking about the budget, Ben. I'm not even referring to the budget myself.
I'm just giving the example you've given, the livestock vaccination program.
When the whole thing was proposed, that there will be vaccination, there was an uproar in some sectors of our community. They were actually in arms against the whole idea. Yet the purpose was very objective, it was very important. I mean, having health animals. Because the president expressed in one of the forums, and he said that he has gotten where we want to export our meat to these other countries.
With all fairness, Dr. Rotich, you really haven't answered my question. If you indeed Kenyans should just have taken the word that this vaccination program is 100%. The issues of the budget, how the exercise is going to be carried out, should have been informed to Kenya so that they should not be having the questions that they have.
You see, Ben, I totally agree with you. Issues to do with the budget. You see, what the Kenyans really like to know is that what is the government actually intending to do? No, listen, Dandati, I know. You see, there are people in this country, which I don't know where the problem actually is. Because when you tend to oppose every important adventure,
Kenyans are opposing because they're asking questions. That's that.
Was the resistance which was made by some quarters, was it because of the absence of the budget, or it was because they were opposed to the whole exercise?
They are asking questions.
But also we need to be very careful in accusing Kenyans as if they are opposing when they are asking for accountability.
Yes.
You know, there is a difference being accountable and being opposed. Kenyans are just saying, if you want me to have my cow vaccinated, I don't have the money, because traditionally Kenyans pay for the vaccine. So if you want me to do the vaccine, who is paying for it? Then they go to their member of parliament, they ask him, did you appropriate money for this vaccination? Then they are told, we don't have. So the questions will ask, who is paying for this? Then they are told, oh, there is Bill Gates, who is funding. Then they'll ask, Gates, this man who have been told is planting chips in human beings, they will ask. Accountability is where we are living in. We are in a 2010 constitution where accountability, public participation are paramount principal values of our dispensation of
I
governance.
think my brother is almost, he has helped me. You see, I was trying to look at the background of this resistance. You see, he has a background of some donor. Which, of course, in my own mind, I was very open to what the government said.
The question,
But that is not the issue, because I'm telling you, if at all, for example, the 20 million plus was supposed to be vaccinated, I will come and tell you that 20 million, then we spend 1.5 billion, then this money is coming from this and this. Wanarotich, you're an economist. The country budgets for 1 year. The vaccination was not mentioned in the budget. True or false? It was not mentioned in the 2024-2025 budget.
It was not.
So if at all Kenyans are asking questions, isn't that what public participation and their right?
Ben, to be very safe and very secure,
yes,
I'm asking you, was Kenyan resisting because of the budget absence?
Again,
resisting because of the background. Of
even engineer has mentioned Kenyans are asking questions. He did not say Kenyans are opposed.
So where we are now, I'm totally agreeing with you. And my brother and that here, and mimi nikanu damu ila samani. Anyway, but take me back. So what we are saying, my brother, you know, what I'm seeing and what you can see. I'm not only telling you what you can see, but I can
But
also
our point is, government should be very clear on each and
clear that Kenyans
funding model.
We are not opposed to vaccination.
Away from the vaccination, the funding model. Kenyans were still asking questions when the court said that this funding model did not follow the right procedure.
Which one?
The housing. Let's be very honest. The High Court said that this was unconstitutional, some things have to be done. I believe, even in your house, you just don't do things, you just say from today we will not be using this, we will not be doing that, you know?
There will be resistance.
Let me ask
and you will explain
a very simple
why.
question, Ben.
If Kenyans are asking questions, I believe that's a valid
very simple question, Ben.
Yes.
Every government, when it comes, it has its own manifesto, it has got its own plan, it has got its own, the focus of what they want to do to the people of Kenya. And they place that thing on the table before Kenyans, asking Kenyans, this is what we are going to do for you. And the Kenyans voted for the same government on the basis of what they promised to deliver, the pledges. Now, when the government is now on the delivery of the promises, you just say, no, it is unconstitutional. No, it is what? And then what is constitutional?
you know,
and that I would like to, I would like to pick your mind in regards to that.
You know what? Daktari has a fixed mindset, and let me tell you.
Just tell me that.
One of my sons, small boy, he did class 8, and he said he's going to the international system. It is more expensive, and you know, to me, in my thinking, I thought 844 is good. But you know, when we had an engagement, I realized this boy knows exactly what he wants. You know? And we spent like 3-4 hours reasoning out with him. Ordinarily, you are supposed to tell the children it's either 844 or you don't go to school. You know that is the way we were brought up. You know, you'll be told, kama hutaki kusoma shauri yako. And that is it. But you know, when you sit and listen, and this is a small kid, you know, he is able to reason out, explain to you why he needs to do this, why he must do this, why this is better. And you know, he is explaining with facts. There are even things he's explaining which you don't know. Then you realize these kids are not what we think. The problem, one, we have said, is communication. Big problem. 2, the buy-in. It's not there. 3, issues of accountability. 4, you know, the president must learn to delegate. Because, you know, if it is a chief, it is a president. If it is SHA, it is a president. If it is vaccination, it is a president. Why don't we have the CS for livestock, agriculture, explaining these issues of the vaccination? Why don't we have the issue for the CS for lands and housing, Alice Wahome, explaining the concepts of housing? You know, so that, you know, and you don't do those things in rallies. There are better forums, you know. If you come like on these channels here, you can be able to explain those issues. One time I engaged Professor Kisiangani, the CS for PS. You are PS for broadcasting.
Yes.
And I asked him, Prof, your government has lost the communication battle. You know what he told me? They won an election without media. They can still govern without media.
All right. Of
so,
course.
you know.
And that, with all due respect, with all due
what I'm telling you,
with all due respect,
no,
that we
I'm
cannot
just telling you. So,
and that we
I've
cannot
not said you are the one
those
who said it.
allegations.
It's you say. So what I'm telling you,
again,
what I'm basically telling
again,
you,
we cannot
the government has challenges of communication. Because engage, call the media, the owners, call the editors, call the reporters, sit and explain some of these issues, no? So that they are able to see why the government wants to do certain things, why they need them to be done in a particular way. And the people will also give you, you know, some of the concepts might be very good. Like even that vaccine, it could be good. But you know, if you engage the Kenyans, and interestingly, Kenya has one of the best educated population in Africa, you know. So if you give them this concept, they'll tell you, instead of doing it this way, we can do it this way. So you better the concept. Then instead of now having a glass of water, you'll end up having two. Or instead of spending 21 billion, you might realize that you can even do it at 15 billion or even 10 billion and get better value. Then two, what are the priorities? When, like NHIF, they had some challenges here and there. But when you tell us that you are spending 104 billion on the system, I mean, we have so many Kenyans who are IT professionals. And the IT professionals are telling us that system should at most cost 1 billion shillings. And then they ask you, why would you spend 104 billion? And you know that the Americans say you don't fix it when it's working. NHIF had a few loopholes, you know. There were people who are taking advantage of the system in collusion with some of the employees and stealing some of that money. But by and large, so many Kenyans were happy. My own dad went for surgery. NHIF paid almost 100 and something thousand, you know, because the card was up to date. And we were told to top up 30,000. The old men in the village there will just go when they fall sick with the NHIF card. They will go to some hospital in Kisumu. They get treated after they have checked the status and after the authorization, and it is able to work. So the small challenges which were there, that is what we needed to seal. To look at Nakumicha, she could have had her own issues with her papers and whatever. But Nakumicha was 100 times better than the current CS.
And that, allow me to interject. You know, those people are not here and they cannot respond to that. And
but you see, when you are in public office, we are able to
unfortunately, just like Daktari said that put the blame on media on how we have escalated things in the country. In as much as we like to report things that are factual, that they can pass.
The media only reports what is there. You guys report what.
But unfortunately, it's a conversation that maybe, for example, like with the PS Kisiangani, you had the conversation, the two of you, maybe he has a right to reply. But let's hear what engineer has to say in regards to the government communication.
I'll just give an example. Between 2002 and 2012, 2013, the Kenyan tax collection increased 4 times, from 250 billion to over 1 trillion shillings. And it was not done by Kibaki waking up every morning and reminding us that we need to increase our taxes. It was communicated very well that we shall collect our taxes and we shall be able to depend on ourselves. And it was translated in terms of tangible things happening on the ground. Roads, schools, free education, for example, was the only thing that Kibaki used to demonstrate to Kenyans that if you contribute your taxes well, we will give your children free education. That in every time the Kenyan taxes were increased, Kenyans would never complain because after all, there is free education. If you were able to give us social housing, not even this affordable housing, social, we are told, if you contribute your taxes, we will get rid of Kibera, Korogosho, all these slums. Nobody have a problem. But today we are being told housing levy, for houses to be owned at Kenya shilling 2 million, where to know people in Kibera will never own those houses. Then who are you building these houses for? You're telling me about vaccination. Well, I know the man in Masai. He knows where he's going to sell his meat here in Nairobi. He has no business in exporting. So if you want him to understand exportation of livestock, then you need to communicate to him much better. We have a young man who has got his good grade in education. He wants to go and do a university degree in medicine. Explain to him how this model of funding will be able to make sure that he is able to do very well in school and still succeed in getting a good academic education in the university. The problem is this government is that everything seems to be coming from right, left and center, and there is no proper coordination on who speaks for government. Even if you have a policy, it should come from the PS, the CS, before even when we hear from the president. Kibaki used to speak on Madaraka Day and Jamhuri. That's it. The rest of the time, it was ministers and PSs would speak. We want to see that happening now.
Dr. Rotich, I had asked a question. How does the government redeem itself in terms of communication?
I think the best communication, Ben, is better delivery of services. That is the best communication. And per se, about what we tell or what the public consume on daily basis, the Ministry of Communication has failed. And those ones tasked with the responsibility of communicating to the public the government policies. That is where the failure we can see. Because you talk about these spokesmen, where are they? You have never had even addressing, issues that Kenyans are asking every day. You talk about the spokesman of the state house spokesman, maybe the government spokesman and all this and that. You wonder, you ask yourself, who are they? If you don't go to books to know who was appointed the last time, you may not tell. I tell you, the question of specialization, as my brother and daddy says that we need to task the subject matter specialist, who cannot be the president always. Every docket has a specialist who is able to elaborate and explain on what the docket is all about, be it housing, be it affordable healthcare, be it the electricity, be it what. We have people who have specialized on that. But when they fail to communicate, the public of Kenya will actually consume what is on TikToks, it will consume what is on Facebook, it will consume what... So that is where we are failed as a country. And there is something that my brother is talking about. If there is somebody who was not lucky when he was taking over the government, it is His Excellency President Ruto. You talk about at the exit of Moi never borrowed a lot of money from any country. It was we had a total revenue of 189 or something billions of shillings. There were no debts as by that time. So Kibaki inherited a government that had no debts or little debts. And then
are you saying
no, listen,
economy,
I'm telling you.
Just a question and a good observation.
Yeah.
The economy was better when President Kibaki was taking over as opposed to...
No, I'm not talking about that. The economy during the Moise regime, especially the last one, it was bad, terribly bad. But there was no debts. Let me be very specific. So when Kibaki took over, he started now inculcating the habit of Kenyans paying taxes to help their own country, of which it was assisted by a period that they had no debts. You see? Even when you look at the time when Kibaki was in power, the debts which were actually, the debt that this country had at the exit of the time of Kibaki, it was not as compared with even 2 years after Kenyatta taking over. So the worst scenario of borrowing started at the time when Uhuru took over.
When Uhuru was with Ruto and government.
No, don't tell me about Ruto. He was not the president. He was not the president.
Without fairness.
No, let me tell you, Ken. Give me some time to
let's say it is the, the
Ruto,
government that took over.
Let me say Ruto, and His Excellency the President, came in with ambitious program of development. It was very ambitious. Because you could see the deficit that after all, of course, giving out our national budget estimates, it was far less by almost 2 trillion. We were only able to collect 1.4, as at the time. But meeting the deficit with debts, they had to borrow to fill that deficit. And then the issue of corruption, that is a tall man in the house.
But Dr. Rotich, we are dealing with the issue of communication.
No, what I'm saying...
in communication, we are talking about how the government disseminates information.
I was answering a question. How can we build an image? Because we can apportion blame where it is not due, my friend.
As an economist, Dr.
Yes.
You cannot grow an economy without borrowing. The money was borrowed to build infrastructure. Part of it was stolen. Some of the projects, the costs were exaggerated. But at least people can see what some of those
Let me tell you.
So what needed, let me tell you, we live in this country and we've been around. We were around Moi's time. We were around Uhuru's time. We were around Kibaki's time. And we are around in Ruto's time.
But where did the start between us?
No, you know, when Uhuru was given,
gentlemen, let's
focus
on the question at hand. How does the
government... He's
government...
supposed to provide solutions.
And that
so you don't behave like the book of Lamentations in the Bible was written for William Ruto. You know, when you take the back, you know, you cannot take this show, then reach here and then start crying, you know.
How does the government improve its public relations, and especially to the people? I think we are diverting from that question, and we are really running
what I'm trying to say, Ben, I brought in that issue because of my brother here bringing in the issue of the good days of Kibaki, without really considering so many other things that have come up. You see, I consider those things, and he's right by what is it's whatever.
But people did not fight back Kibaki policies because they were communicated very well. They were painful at that time, but they were communicated very well. People did not used to pay taxes, but people embraced paying taxes because it was communicated very well and it translated to tangible things on the ground.
Let me ask you.
What we are requesting right now, we have no problem.
How does government improve its communication?
Let me tell you, because we have limited time.
Question. Yes, we have limited time.
Before, forget about communication first. What is biting this government now? People don't have money in their pockets.
Yes.
The issue of pesa mfukoni, which is a concept which I gave one of those Musalia guys, but they didn't know what it meant. It is me who told them that Kenyans need money in their pockets. So what the government needs to do, as a start, they need to pay pending bills first, because you have close to 1 trillion shillings. Both at the national government and at the county government. So the circulation of money is very tight. So that is causing a lot of anger. Two, when they brought this concept that all the money should be paid on e-citizen, I mean, how do you know, we were moving with the devolution, we were decentralizing power. Now you want a principal in Butere, where my daughter goes to school, I pay money on e-citizen here. When they want that money, they have to come and follow up in treasury here. I mean, you are killing devolution. You are killing those concepts. When those people should be able to access that money, to be able to run those institutions, they need the money. So you bring back the money, centralize it here, create bureaucracy, you create a problem, you know? So those are some of the basic things that need to be done. Like the counties, we've had challenges. They are not getting money adequately. What has been happening is even when Uhuru was borrowing, the counties were still able to get money in time. Currently, the governors will tell you, they get some little money for recurrent expenditure. They hardly get any money for development expenditure. So they are not able to pay most of the pending bills. If you ask anybody now to supply any goods or services to the counties, very few people are ready to take up the county jobs. Because you take up these jobs, you borrow money from the bank, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, you have never been paid. The banks will auction you, the counties will not pay you. So nobody wants any county job, you know. So there are small things which the government needs to do, which will be able to address some of these issues. And then they need to move away from politicking. You know, you cannot be all over. Apart from attending church services, the other thing they are doing is political rallies. If you are not in church, you are in the rallies, you know. Let the president sit with his team and focus on getting the service, the work done. Then on Sunday, he can go and do his church business, you know. But you cannot be every other day, you are in rallies. If you are not in Bomet, you are in Machakos. If you are not in Machakos, you are in Western. Really, you know, for you to be able to concentrate and focus, even the CEO of this station, she cannot be the one who is running the show here. She's the one who is supervising the canteen. She's the one who is guarding the gate. You know, she has to sit and get the teams, you know. Like you now, you have the editors who are supervising this show. Those editors have their superiors. So you have a very clear chain of command, and you have the roles are clearly defined so that everybody is able to stick to their role, but they're held to account. At the end of this show, I'm sure you'll do a report. You have to explain how the show was. If there are flaws, they'll tell you on this beat you lost it, you know. Then you are able to improve, you know. So the quality of guests, the feedback, because you even look at the guys, the comments on social media. The people will tell you whether the show was good or the show was bad. They rate it, and you from the feedback, because we don't even know some of those people. You are able to know this particular guest adds value. This one is not adding any value. You know, if you can be able to evaluate. So the president should also be able to focus, get his teams to work, sit down, delegate this some of these duties. And develop some thick skin. You remember Mzee Moi, the late one time saying, kama mimi ningekuwa na roho kidogo, hii watu ningekuwa nimeua kama panya. You know? So the president must also develop some thick skin. You know?
All right. Gentlemen, because of the interest of time, there's something that I said that we're beginning this show that the issue of the abductions just refuses to go away. And I really don't want to go back to what has been canvassed earlier on, but Amnesty International and a host of international bodies have raised concerns in terms of human rights record here in the country. And they're also pegging that on a couple of months. We had the Turkish, there were the 4 Turkish that were deported. We also have the issue of Kisa Besigye. We also had the issue of Maria from Tanzania. And what does this spell out in terms of our image out there, Engineer?
It's really, really not a good thing, because in addition to political asylum, which some of these people are seeking here, economic investors can also become victims of abduction. You may find people who are afraid of now bringing money to Kenya because they are afraid, even if I bring my money, I can easily be abducted, thrown back to my country, and my wealth is lost in this country. So politically we look very bad. But even on the economic front, where we are trying very much to attract investors, that doesn't look very well. Because there are all manner of people who want to bring money in this country. And some of them may also have political affiliations where they come from, and maybe they are looking for a safe haven to invest their money, despite having political challenges where they come from. So as a country, it is not good at all. And it is not going to help us when we become a country where our police machinery, our security agencies are not being used to fight terrorism, but to abduct members of other foreign nations who have issues with their government. We need to be a safe haven. We have always existed in this country as a safe haven. And because people find safety in our country, they come, they stay here, they find comfort, they invest here, and many Kenyans benefit by them staying with us. So we really need to discourage that. And as a government, again, we need to communicate. Even if you are arresting somebody because the other sister country has told you to do that, communicate very well. Arrest him or her, take her to court, extradite them to those countries, because there are processes that must be followed for somebody to be extradited into another state. But not being abducted and within 12 hours you're driven back to your country, you're not being explained to why are you being arrested. The manner in which you're being arrested is an abduction, you know, it's like kidnapping. We have seen there's a guy from Ethiopia who has never been found up to today. The wife was always been asking for him. We don't know where he was taken. So those are the kind of scenarios we don't need to have. Yes.
Dr. Rotich, the president is a #1 Kenyan diplomat, and as we speak now, he's in UAE, where of course he's going to talk about Kenya and the good investment and also tourism. And I'm looking at the issues of the abduction, and especially when it comes to foreign residents. One, we are looking at those people, the 4 Turkish. Actually, they were under UN asylum. We are spreading the word, come to Kenya, we are visa-free. But on the other hand, there's this big thing, abductions. Whoever is doing them, because the government has not actually admitted to the abductions, and the police have also said, we are not the ones in charge of whatever is happening.
You know, Ben, I think the buck stop at the government. The buck stop at His Excellency the President. When you talk about the runaway insecurity, the way we are witnessing as Kenyans. We cannot apportion blame to either AG or who the buck stop at the president himself, because all these are his appointees. And if this is something that this advice, if not checked, it will put this country in a very bad image worldwide. Recently, when the president was in Tanzania, he openly said that Tanzania was now doing better economically. And this is something that I least expected, even though he was very honest. He was very honest that things are not working well with our economy. And then we were ahead of Uganda many times. But those countries who are behind us seems to be doing better. And when you talk about issues to do with image building, we have to go a long way to do that one, because the destruction that has been caused is quite immense. Abduction is one of the worst things that this republic can really accept. And it is something that we must uphold, we must reject, and we must oppose by all means. You know, every investor would wish to invest in a more secure environment. Every investment has a future, you know? So somebody will invest his valuables in a country which he knows he can live, he can prosper, his investment will he will prosper, and the security must be assured by the state. So what I can say, this country must do extraordinary things to cap this vice of the abduction. It is not a solution. And there were some times whereby it was dismissed by, I don't know who said, that this is not abduction, but we are arresting. That's a security issue. I don't know. I mean, the lawyers can tell us better. But if we are calling arresting, then the man or the woman must be produced in the court of law within less than 48 hours. That person, it will not have caused the kind of agony that the parents have really undergone of late. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, people missing. And the worst thing, we have had an issue with people disappearing only to be heard that they are dead. You know, so I mean, this is not the time to discuss about those things. It is a time to say no to all sorts of abduction. And arrests must be very open. Let them, recently I saw, I don't know where, was it in Kiambu or where the public resisted the arrest, because the gentleman had gone in a car, Subaru.
Oh, and that was Kirinyaga.
Yes, and then the people came out in a big way. Now, the people are now feeling insecure. Who are these guys? We are known to having these guys being abductors. These people were on their security work. But you see, because of the mistrust that has been caused by the way we are handling these things, it is portrayed a very bad picture. So these people were almost lynched, only to be realized later that they were on their security mission, which of course, so what does that tell you? What does that inform you? The public is already tired. And the public is ready to take the law into their own hands. So this thing, my friend Ben, we must refuse it at all costs. It is not painting us correctly.
And Dati, we are looking at, just like engineer said, of course, regional now. We have regional issues where we will not say is whether the police, because nobody has said we are the ones doing this. So we are looking at 4 Turkish who were abducted, and in a few hours they were back in their country. We had also Kisa Besigye. We also had the Tanzanian Maria yesterday, who was released a day on Sunday actually. Yeah. And from what we hear them talking, because we have seen them on live television, this is something that has been orchestrated from a very high level, because if somebody will come for me right here, must have tracked my phone or something, must have known exactly where I am. And Kenya being, we have adopted the visa-free policy. This could be detrimental to our tourism industry.
You know, there are many other issues which come into play when you talk about investment. Like where the president has gone to UAE, quite a number of those people want to buy gold. But you know, the scammers in Kilimani, they keep on scamming them. So you kill investment, because They come up with schemes. They say there is gold here. People they put in money. At the end of the day, they are not able to get what they want.
Apologies, Martin Andati. I'm being informed that the vetting process has started in County Hall just next to Parliament, but allow me to appreciate Martin Andati, who is a political analyst. Just next to him, Dr. Joseph Rotich, political analyst and economist. And just next to him, we have Engineer Crispus Wadimba, who is a governance and leadership expert. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. We are now crossing over to County Hall for the CS's vetting, beginning with Mutai Kagwe.
As promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Amen. Welcome to these proceedings, honorable members. Members of the public, members of the press. In the public gallery, we have members from the County Assembly of Kakamega who have come to attend these proceedings, and we have agreed to them to do so. You're welcome. You may take your seats. While you're up here, no cheering, no talking, you just listen. Honorable members, on the 19th of December 2024, I received a communication from His Excellency the President nominating the Honorable Mutai Kagwe EGH as CS for Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Honorable William Kabogo as CS Minister of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, the Honorable Lee Kinyanjui as Minister for Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry. I thereafter communicated to the House, and as required under the law, this Committee on Appointments is to conduct what in American jurisdiction they call approval hearings. In our jurisdiction, we call it vetting. Pardon? So that we can be able to assess the suitability or otherwise of the nominees in holding public office in the manner His Excellency the President has proposed to the House. We are going to have this proceeding start in the next few minutes, starting with the Honorable Mutai Kagwe. Don't call him in yet. Thereafter, William Kabogo, and finish with Lee Kinyanjui. Honorable members, I have received a request by a gentleman called Aura, and his advocate called Harrison Kinyanjui. Wakili habari? Okay, get seated. Aura has asked this committee to have Harrison Kinyanjui appear before us and cross-examine nominee Kagwe on the basis of a memorandum that they have sent to us. My direction, honorable members, is that under the Parliamentary Approval Act Cap 7F, Section 6 thereof, there is no contemplation in the Act of any contesting party to appear before this committee to cross-examine any nominee. The provision of the law is that whoever has any issues on a nominee deposits an affidavit, as the gentleman Aura has rightly done. Such an affidavit is then commissioned by a commissioner for oaths, as it has been done, and is forwarded to the clerk of parliament within the time stipulated. It has been done. And the committee will then, in the process of conducting the hearings, put questions to the nominee if they wish on the basis of the affidavit, and the nominee who has been furnished with the affidavit would have responded to all the allegations therein. I'm advised that he has done, so the record is available to our support team. And whatever contents therein will form part and parcel of the findings of the committee in terms of its accuracy, its factuality, its veracity, and so on and so forth, in establishing the suitability of otherwise of the nominee. So to Mr. Aura and your lawyer, you're at liberty to sit in that gallery and listen to the proceedings, but the privilege of you appearing to cross-examine a nominee is not provided for in any law. This is not an adversarial proceeding, neither is it a trial. It is simply an inquisitorial process to find out whether the nominees are suitable or not. I think that clears the issue. I'll therefore direct that the first nominee, the Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, be brought in. Yes.
Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, we are well guided by your ruling on that matter. And probably because Advocate Harrison Kinyanjui has many of our numbers. And last time we allowed Kenyans to contribute to the vetting process through text messages. Maybe you could also advise Advocate Harrison Kinyanjui. He can always, if he needs a follow-up question, he can always text any of the members present.
Harrison, if you have any question that you think has been left out, you as truly here will receive it on my line or on any of the members. You are a well-known lawyer, and I'm sure you have sued some of these members here in different capacities. Send them messages, they will ask you questions. We have also received memoranda, like you were briefed earlier, against and for the nominees William Kabogo and Lee Kinyanjui. Will deal with them when they appear before the committee. And as we start, I also want to thank Kenyans who have shown interest in this process and sent memoranda, particularly Mr. Aura, who has sent us 118 paragraphed affidavit on the nominee sitting before the committee now. We'll now start. The Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, that's your name, but we'll invite you to put your name on record and wait thereafter for members to introduce themselves. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is indeed Mutahi Kagwe.
Thank you. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairman of this committee. I'll invite all members to introduce themselves, starting with my deputy.
Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and also Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead with Majority Leader.
Kimani Ishongwa, Member of Parliament, Kikuyu, Leader of Majority.
Junet Mohammed, Member of Parliament, Sona East, Leader of the Minority Party.
David Kosing, MP Pokot South.
Nelson Koech, Member of Parliament, Belgut constituency.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East constituency.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani, Deputy Leader of the Minority.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North, Deputy Leader of the Majority Party.
George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament, Tharaka Constituency.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County, member of this committee.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for Nordimenti, Meru County.
Masemeri, MP Teso South, Busia County.
Abdi Shuria, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Honorable Mishi Mboko, MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri, member of this committee.
Didoraso, MP Saku, Marsabit County.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu, Machakos County.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Samuel Njoroge, Clerk to the National Assembly. We have a strong secretariat today, Honorable Speaker, supporting the committee.
Nominee, all the ladies and gentlemen on the back row are our backup staff, senior officers of Parliament. We also have members of the Fourth Estate present. In the words of Edmund Burke, the most powerful estate in any establishment. We'll now invite you to take an oath. If you are Christian, you take the Bible. If you are Muslim, take the Quran, Holy Quran. If you are Hindu, there is a holy book for Hindus. If you are none of the above, you can affirm.
I'm a Christian, Mr. Chairman.
Take the Bible in your right hand and read the oath as recited there.
I, Mutahi Kagwe, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Point of order.
Yes.
If I'm not wrong, the nominee is meant to lift his Bible as gives
yes.
the oath.
Yes.
Very well.
You lift it with your right hand. Go ahead.
I, Mutahi Kagwe, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Sit down and sign to the oath. Having signed to the oath, nominee, if you have your documentation that the invitation directed you to come with, pass them on to the sergeant to give the clerk. You have already done so? Excellent. Honorable members, I want to disclose that the nominee was my yearmate at the University of Nairobi. The nominee and I served in the cabinet of our late President Mwai Kibaki. That, however, will not in any way impair or affect my capacity to question him on his suitability for the job for which he has been nominated. Thank you. Now, Honorable Mutai Kagwe, in less than 5 minutes, tell this committee who you are, your background, your education, and why you think you are suitable to hold office for which you have been nominated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the nominating committee. First and foremost, before I start, Mr. Chairman, let me just say that I want to say thank you. First, I would like to say thank you to God indeed, because that is why He is why we are here today. Secondly, I wish to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President, for this appointment or nomination, which I hope will be approved by this committee. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, I very briefly will say that, as I said, my name is Mutahi Kagwe. I was born in Nyeri County. And Mr. Chairman, if you allow, as I go along, I will give the reasons. I will tie up the reasons why I think I'm suitable for this job with my background. I went to primary school in a rural school in Nyeri, and I think that is where I started the journey to this discussion here today. Most of you will remember that in primary schools, or some of you will remember that in primary schools, we used to have what was called the 4K club. The 4K club is where we started our farming. Some of us went there. And Mr. Chairman, if you remember, the 4K clubs introduced us to agriculture. And that's why I picked my talent of planting trees and so on. Mr. Chairman, in my primary school, what we did, I lived a rural primary school life where we did a lot of work in coffee. I have carried coffee on my backside towards, to take it to the factories. First in Ishamara, if anybody knows the place, in Nyeri. We have spent our school holidays in coffee factories where we were drying the coffee beans and so on and so forth.
You know what 4K meant?
Kuungana, kufanya, kuungana, kuungana,
kufanya, kusaidia Kenya.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's what it was.
Yeah, and I was a member of that, and you two are a member. Yeah, that's what it meant. And Mr. Chairman,
majority leader did know that.
Yeah.
I think he went to school when 4K was dead.
Probably. But it is one of the things perhaps we should think about reviving as we go along. Mr. Chairman, I then went to Kagumo High School, where I studied for 6 years. But in the course of my studies too, I was a member of the agricultural club in the school. And it is through the agricultural club in the school that we actually started eating eggs at Kagumo High School, because it is how we started the school poultry project. And I remember distinctly Mr. Gisheru, who was our teacher, leading that whole project, and just emphasizing to us the importance of agriculture at the time. But I was successful in Kagumo High School, and I went to the University of Nairobi, where, as you graciously acknowledged, Mr. Chairman, we were in school together, where I graduated with a bachelor's degree in commerce. And I want to talk about that commerce degree, Mr. Chairman, because a degree in commerce prepares you generally for business management. May it be the public business in public or business in the private sector. And my education was rounded enough so that in the course of my career, as I left university, in the course of my career, I have managed very different businesses, both in public and private life. I also went on, Mr. Chairman, to do a master's degree at USIU, again in business administration, a master's in business administration, emphasizing my studies more in management information systems as well as finance. Mr. Chairman, during this time, I did my master's when I was working, but I started off my working career at an interesting small place called Mashambani Magazine. Mashambani Magazine was a magazine published by trend publishers, which was about farming. And I later, in my capacity as a marketing manager of that company, closed Mashambani magazine and replaced it with Farmer's Voice. The Farmer's Voice magazine, which I worked for, was actually the KFA magazine. Those of you who remember, the Kenya Farmers Association is the one that owned the Farmer's Voice, which I published and ran for 2 years. So again, Mr. Speaker, that's why I said the journey that I'm going to explain has gone on to attach me to this interview here today. Of course, I would never have foreseen that this was going to happen. So, Mr. Speaker, having finished my education, I went on to run Trend Publishers, which was Viva, better known as Viva Magazine. I left Viva Magazine and joined the Standard Newspaper Group as advertising manager, followed on where I rose in the group, which was then owned by Lonro East Africa, to become the commercial operations director. Following my 11 years as an employee of Lonro, I then branched out on my own to start my own businesses. And since then, that is what I have been doing in my private life, running businesses over that period since the year 1992, when I left former employment. Mr. Chairman, after that, during my period, in the year 2002, I ran for office. I felt that having done being educated, having then gone on to develop a successful career, I felt that I should do some public work and serve the people. And I went to Mukurweini constituency, where I ran for office and was elected in 2002 as a member of parliament for Mukurweini constituency. In the course of that, you remember, Mr. Chairman, that at that time, cabinet secretaries, cabinet ministers were also appointed from the parliament, and I was appointed as the Minister for Information and Communications in the year 2005. I served as Minister for Information and Communication, and I can say that it is one of my most exciting times. And in terms of preparing me for, again, going back to the cabinet as CS for agriculture and livestock, that's where I cut my teeth in that space of understanding government, being clear about the roles that the different arms of government play, being clear about the role of cabinet, collective responsibility, and other aspects that you learn as you do these jobs. I then, in 2007, I lost my position as member of parliament, but then I was appointed by His Excellency, late President Kibaki, to be chairman of the Multimedia University Council. I was the first chairman of that university and laid the foundation of what is now perhaps a uniquely placed university in terms of the technology space and communication space. And again, I'm very proud of my work there and what we did. I then, Mr. Chairman, left.
Wind up.
I then, Mr. Chairman, went to back to Nyeri County, where I became the senator of Nyeri County. Followed after that by my appointment again back to the cabinet as the CS for health in 2019. And Mr. Chairman, all that experience that I have had, both my education, my experience in school, my experience in private sector, my experience as cabinet secretary and the Minister for Information, Cabinet Secretary for Health, have all, in my opinion, ably prepared me for this particular position.
Thank you. I'll invite members to put questions to you, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mr. Tahi Kagwe, Now that you're going to be the Minister of Agriculture, we know certain challenges exist in that sector. First, Kenya is a net importer of foods that is capable of producing, like edible oil and rice and wheat. We also know the fact that the average age of a farmer is 65. Yet, our population is highly youthful. If you're approved for this appointment, what strategies will you employ to make agriculture more attractive and profitable to young people so that we can ensure that we have food security in the future? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. Now, let me just start by the rider that you started with, which is the importance of agriculture in the country. And to say that over the years, the problem that you have alluded to, the issue of food importation, the issue of youth, has been around with us. The framework on which the current agriculture ministry is being run, or is agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy. Mr. Chairman, I want to raise this issue broadly to say the following. First, there has been a misguided notion, I think, over the years that we have all made. And that is to say that the focus, the initial focus of everything in agriculture is production. Mr. Chairman, what we must refocus on in the ASTGS is coming on for review, because it was structured in 2019 and is coming up for review after 5 years. Mr. Chairman, the only way that agriculture is going to be the kind of industry, the kind of structure, the kind of mainstay for our people that we are ever going to construct is if the farmer becomes a central consideration of everything that we do. Mr. Chairman, until and unless the farmer looks at his profit and loss statement and sees that he is making more money than he is spending, we are going to continue having issues of food security. We are going to continue having issues of underproduction of food items, as well as cash crop items, as well as livestock items. So the focus to me, and what we must begin to philosophize about, has got to be, how do we put more money in the farmer's pocket? If we ask ourselves that statement, and I want Mr. Chairman to say that I recall very distinctly that when I was appointed Cabinet Minister for Information, and I tried to figure out how to deal with the many problems that were there, we arrived at one sentence: let's take a telephone and it works. Everything else we do around us must be focused on that issue. Whether we are going to get international gateways, whether we are going to license other players in the market, it is all should be about the concept of a telephone working. Similarly, if we are going to revive agriculture, the only way we are ever going to do it is when the farmer is profitable. When the farmer is profitable, we'll have enough food. When the farmer is profitable, we'll have enough for exports and so on. But no matter how many papers we write, no matter how many debates we have, no matter how much discussion we are going to have, unless and until the farmer looks at his balance sheet and says that income equals price times quantity, we are not going to succeed. So for me, therefore, when we look at the sphere, when we look at the entire agricultural space, then things that we do should go to that. You talked about the youth. Youth today, Gen Zs, millennials, and others, are about one thing if they are going to go to business. It's about profit. It's about making money. No youth is going to go to agriculture because we are urging them to go there. They are only going to go to agriculture if they are going to make money. And the only way they are going to make money is by taking the necessary steps that we have to make in order for agriculture to be responsive to profit making. Now, Mr. Chairman, this is very broad, and therefore you allow me space just to expand a little bit. There are many activities within the agricultural sector that we have to carry forward, that we have to do. For example, just to take youth as an example, in order for us to attract the youth into agriculture, youth have no land to grow food on. A lot of the young people don't have land. So we have to think broadly about how can we afford them land first. There is a lot of land, ADC and other organizations, private sector, land that is lying idle, that is not being used, that we can lease to these people. Now, in order for us to lease land to these people, we have got to make sure that the land, that the use of the land that they are getting is going to be profitable to them. Because that's why, in the first place, they are going to go for that idea. How are you going to do that? Our research organizations must ensure that we have done proper soil analysis. Our seed people must have the correct seeds so that people can plant seeds that germinate, seeds that produce the correct product. We have got to plant the right crops in the right places so that they can grow en masse and produce more per acre. So we have got to use the technology because youth are interested in technology. And also we have to define, when we say that the youth should be involved in agriculture, which part of agriculture are we talking about? Because it is not just about growing to grow crops. For example, tourism in agriculture is being involved in agriculture. You know, you travel all over the world and you see yourself being taken to places where they grow all sorts of things in other nations. We want people to come to Kenya also to see our agriculture. That's an area that can be attractive to the youth. There is fintech and agri-finance. These are the areas that the youth are going to be interested in. So in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, the business of agriculture has got to be looked at from a profit and loss in order for us to make it worthwhile and in order for us to revive it. Agriculture for the youth must be made cool. It is too ordinary. It's too boring. Youth are not going to go there the way it is structured today. It's got to be something more exciting that involves technology, that involves new ways of doing things, that involves areas in agriculture that we have not quite spent our time on, things like hydroponics, aquaponics. These are areas that they are going to look at. The use of technology means that they are going to introduce new things in agriculture that do not currently exist. What does that mean, therefore? It means that the training that we are going to engage in, working together with the ministries of education, we have to look at the training that we are giving the agricultural sector, the agricultural students. What are we training them in? The future of agriculture is going to be in technology. AI, for example, artificial intelligence, is going to play a very crucial role in the future of agriculture. And if that is the case, are we educating our people, our future farmers, enough to deal with that issue? They are doing it elsewhere. If you go across the world, they will be doing that. So the question is whether we are preparing ours to compete with the best in the world.
Thank you. Majority Leader, I will encourage you, nominee, to exercise some brevity in answering questions. You have 2 hours engagement with us.
I'm trying, Mr. Chairman. It's just the breadth of the question.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, maybe I'll start the CS nominee from his response to Mr. Ura's affidavit in respect to your suitability for appointment based on your professional academic qualifications. And he responded by saying that the fundamental criteria for appointment to such a position is based on one's ability to provide effective leadership and service to the public. And in that regard, you say you have the requisite qualifications to serve as Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, despite not having any training in agriculture. And probably you also didn't have any training in health when you served as Health Minister. But CS, in my view, you did well in terms of communicating, especially around the COVID time. You were on TV. In fact, people christened you the COVID CS. I would want to hear what exactly you intend to do, because again, in my view, we have had a communication problem, and more so in the State Department for Livestock and also the State Department for Agriculture. You remember last year the issues that we had with subsidized fertilizer procurement and the communication that came around that issue. Towards the end of the year, we also had a similar problem. I had to withdraw a bill that came to Parliament from the State Department of Livestock, the Livestock Bill, largely on account of the disinformation that was being propelled in both mainstream and social media. And this bill is anchored on policies that are espoused by the government through the ministry. I would want to hear what you intend to do now as Cabinet Secretary. One, to provide that effective leadership within the ministry, to communicate effectively to the public what is contained in the bills that you will bring to Parliament, because Parliament tends, and in this case, my office of the Leader of Majority, we tend to take the flak from everybody, believing that all legislation that comes from government is authored by parliamentarians and the Office of the Leader of Majority. So I want to hear first what you intend to do to ensure that there is effective leadership in terms of communication. And as I said, in my view, you have done well in your previous postings, whether it was in ICT or in health. To CS, I've also noted from your CV and the documents that have been submitted, as Cabinet Secretary in the past, you have served for 2 years in all the ministries you have served. Is it coincidence or fate? Because you are CS Health for 2 years, you are CS ICT again for 2 years. Are you going to be CS Livestock Agriculture for 2 years since you are being appointed in 2025? I don't know whether it's fate or by design. Lastly, you have spoken at length on the nexus between farming and the profit and loss for the farmer and what you would want to see in the ministry. We have also heard from government, especially from the president, that we have now as a country fixed our production side. I would want to hear, and again, based on your training as a student of commerce, what exactly do you intend to do to ensure that there is a proper nexus between the productivity that we are saying we have increased, whether it's sugar, whether it's maize, whether it's rice. How do you link that to markets? And bearing in mind that coffee, the coffee you are speaking about drying in your younger years, most of the marketing is on the Ministry of Agriculture. It's in our State Department, in cooperatives, I think. Whether it is milk, again, you produce, the marketing is with someone else. Coffee you produce, tea you produce, marketing is done by someone else. How are you going to create that nexus to ensure that also the country benefits from your experience as a marketer and as a student of commerce to make farming profitable, not just for future farmers, but even for our current farmers, many of who probably are not as tech savvy as the younger generation. And I would really want, I was looking to hear when you spoke about the P&L, how you intend to get that nexus between the good productivity that we now have to making profits for farmers to make it profitable, because that's the only way you'll be able to sustain. This sector has been riddled by cartels, whether it is in the tea sector, coffee sector, milk sector, there are cartels all over. And we have seen in the past people come into this office, very good-looking people like yourself, with very good intentions, but they get swallowed by the cartels.
Thank you.
How do you intend to protect yourself from being swallowed by these coffee cartels, tea cartels, milk cartels?
Brevity.
Mr. Chairman, you'll agree that there is quite a bit to respond to here, but I'll try and be as brief as I can.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. Let me start with the issue of communication, because I think that is what you laid emphasis on. I think the first thing to remember is that in my capacity, if I'm approved by this committee, in my capacity as a Cabinet Secretary, I am simply a cog. I'm simply part of a cog of in people and stakeholders that must be involved in the decision-making processes that you have referred to.
You can't be part of a cog. You can be a cog in a wheel.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman. One of the cogs. That is what I am. And Mr. Chairman, the long and short of it is the following, that it is not possible to make progress in that area unless we work together with the stakeholders. We have got to have a consultative approach to these things. Cows belong to individuals. Maize in chambers belong to individuals. They don't belong to the government. You know, coffee in coffee farms belong to individuals. So any decision that we make has got to be made with those individuals who are the owners of the of whatever products and commodities that we are going to be discussing. That's number one. Number two is that they are experts in these areas. They are also experts who have been trained to make decisions in those areas. And I'll tie that up with what you said about COVID, the issues of COVID, which I'll come to on its own at some point if the chairman will allow. And to say the following, that part of the reason why there was so much necessity of communicating virtually every day to the people is the weighty issue that was at hand. You are talking about life and death of people. And therefore, you need to keep them abreast with any issue that is developing in relation to their own lives. Because that is what it came down to. Similar, and that's why we had a press conference virtually every day, whether it was made by myself or other players, other ministry officials. It was determined, we determined that that is the way we were going to handle communication to them. Now, to do so, we got the right information from the people who are technically qualified to give that information. We had epidemiologists, you know, led by one Dr. Professor Anzara, who informed us about the right thing to tell people and the information that people need in order for them to make their own decisions. So the first thing is that we have got to be consultative. We have got to make people, we have got to consult people, we have got to consult the owners, we have got to the owners of agriculture, we have got to consider the experts of agriculture, so that as we make progress, we move together, we work together. If you take an example, and I mentioned coffee, even sugar, you know, you cannot make decisions about sugar unless we involve the person who is actually going out there growing sugar, you know, on day-to-day basis. The sugar actually belongs to him. And there is also obviously consultations with the other bodies, for example, this organization, you know, the National Assembly and the Senate. There are institutions that are involved in what we are doing at the ministry. And you will remember, Mr. Chairman, that agriculture is essentially a devolved function. In Schedule 4 of the Constitution, there are the areas that are supposed to be handled by the county governments, and it divides it into areas that are also supposed to be handled by the national government. So we have to involve the stakeholders who are going to be largely, and to a large extent, the county governments. So in terms of communication, I want to be clear that we are going to establish a very robust, you know, communication system that is going to be both in mainstream media as well as social media. And I know that Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Leader of Majority spoke about the ills sometimes, you know, the negatives that come. I think sometimes we have to agree that in this day and age in the democracy, we have got to take both the positives and the negatives, and they are going to keep coming anyway, and that is not going to change. So I think for me, what I would like to do is use the same social media, use the same mainstream media, work with the Fourth Estate to try and disseminate information as much as I can to the farming community. And it won't be the first time, because during the period you have referred to, during the COVID period, part of the key players in terms of dissemination of information and the buy-in to the activities of government was actually members of the Fourth Estate. They are the ones who assisted us to succeed. And I want to say that my intention is to continue to work with the Fourth Estate as openly and as transparently as I can. We will be criticized, and that's fine too, because oversight is part of their job. So I intend to keep very closely, to work very closely with them. There is the area of social media. Social media is an area that has come to both help us. It helps us a great deal. There is also the negativity in the social media. And I know that, Mr. Chairman, if one were to talk broadly and say leadership has been made that substantially harder, you know, through social media. But part of the hardship and headaches that one gets from social media is also part of the way that we can communicate more easily, you know, to our people, because they are also on social media. And that which you cannot change, you might as well use, because we are not going to be able to change some of the communication channels that exist. And indeed, we can use them very positively for ourselves. Mr. Chairman, there was a nexus that the Honorable Leader of the Majority wanted me to explain, and that's the issue of the PLL and the production capacity that has clearly increased. It's a fantastic example of what I'm talking about. The reason why the production has increased is twofold. One is because of the good climates that we have fortunately experienced. But two, and to a large extent, is also subsidized fertilizers. It's part of the reason why this increase has come in almost all products, both cash crop and as well as food crops. There has been an increase. Now, when you increase production, and you are able to save on post-harvest challenges, it means that the farmer gets this bigger quantity that he has got. But the market is huge. The market for these products is not just here. The market for both livestock as well as crops is both in Kenya and external. Information about the markets is what has largely been missing. And part of this is also the deployment of technology. Because now, with a mobile app, you are able to tell where tomatoes have got better prices instantly. But this information is around somewhere, you know, floating somewhere in the market. It's our responsibility as ministry to make sure that that information is available. You also alluded to the issue of the fact that the marketing aspect of most of those cash crops, the boards and everything, is in the Ministry of Cooperatives. That's fine too, because we work in a collective area. We have collective responsibility. Every ministry in government will automatically have to relate with another ministry in government. And it is not just the Ministry of Cooperatives that we have got to work with. We have got to work with the Ministry of Energy, for example. Right now we are waiting for the Ministry of Energy to connect to Kenani, to the Kenani leather park that the ministry is establishing. We are waiting for the Ministry of Water, you know, to also connect water. So we will have to work collectively. We have to work together. Again, coming back to the example that you gave, if you look at the management of COVID-19, it was a whole government approach, whereas the central ministry was the Ministry of Health. The activities that were happening, keeping law and order, you know, the Ministry of Health does not have any askaris. That is Interior that was assisting us in keeping order. The Ministry of Health does not have, is not in charge of matatus and so on. Yet, we are to contain even containment measures, included the transport sector. So we have to work with the CS for transport. Education is not part of health, but it was a huge, huge part of the activities on the Ministry of Health during the COVID period. That too simply illustrates that you need to work collectively with other ministries, and that forms part of collective responsibility.
Yes. Jeanette?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief, Chair. I wanted to ask
which chair?
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. Chairman, I want to ask the nominee.
I gave the latitude to your colleague. Now, muulize swali moja moja.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One is a general question. Chairman, I want to remind the nominee, or to inform him that in the last 2.5 years, he will be the third minister for agriculture. There was one who came at the beginning, second one came, we vetted him, you are the third one we are vetting. If you are approved by this house, you to become the minister for agriculture. And the last one we vetted, I asked him a question. I told him, do you know what you're getting into? He told me, yes, I know. I want to ask you also, do you know what you're getting into that ministry? You need to tell me more what you think of that. The second issue is the people or the ministry concentrates so much on agriculture and normally forgets about livestock. And in many countries in the world, their GDP growth is even contributed much higher by livestock than agriculture. What do you think you will do in the livestock sector so that the GDP, the livestock sector can contribute to the GDP of the country? And what is your position on the vaccine that's being proposed to give to livestock in this country? What do you think it is? Or how will you implement it? Or what are your views on that thing?
Point of order.
Yes.
I think if you allowed 3 questions, because many of the questions, you will easily answer them with, many responses.
Yes, that's what I was going to do.
Okay.
Proceeding. Thank you, Chairman, Speaker. To the nominee, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe. Following what Honorable Junet said, many people think that the Minister of Agriculture is crops, forgetting the bigger, which is livestock. My question will be, what will you do, particularly the pastoralist people, who keep a lot of animals, but during let's say, drought or something like that, they lose all of them. What will you think, or what will you do, or what will you tell them to listen? That even before drought, for example, that you can buy all of these animals and then give them money to wait until drought goes, then you bring number 2. You are going to be Minister of Agriculture. Where is agriculture? There's no agriculture in national level. In my view, if you look at also fourth schedule of the Constitution, agriculture is devolved. So when you are minister for who or for what at national level? Are you going to be marketing officer of agriculture, or what is it? And yet agriculture is at level. My proposal will be, or what I want to hear from you, what nexus or structure, legal structures or implementable structures that will be between you yourself and the counties. Because without counties government, without county people, agriculture will just be almost, at national level, it will be a talk show if you don't bring in counties in terms of implementation. Thank you, Chairman.
Nelson.
Thank you very much. Many commentators, Mr. Honorable Mutahi, believe that you did actually handle the COVID-19 quite brilliantly. But however, there are questions and of misappropriation, massive theft at that time, particularly in KEMSA. There are cases that have been handled by this House, particularly by the Parliamentary Accounts Committee, and I just want to draw your attention to a few of them. Number 1 is a question on expenditure of 2 billion on budgeted items in breach of regulation in 2015. Rather, Regulation 2015 requiring public officers to act in the government's interest to be aware on essentials of vote control process. There's also single sourcing of COVID masks supplied contrary to Section 69(2) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. I will not highlight all of them, but most importantly also was the acquisition, nominee on vaccines. It is believed that you failed to account on the procurement of 1.6 billion worth of vaccines, and it is still a subject of investigation by this House. What do you have to say about all that was said at that time, that there was a lot of misappropriation in KEMSA? Number 2, I come from an area which predominantly grows tea, and I want to hear, and I will like to read so that I don't misadventure, that tea prices in Mombasa auction were on a downward trend in 2022, forcing the government to establish a minimum reserve price of USD 2.6 for the teas from the east of the rift and the USD 2.4 for teas from the west of the rift. This initiative was aimed at stabilizing the market and addressing the declining tea prices at the Mombasa auction. However, the current pricing structure has resulted in several millions of teas being unsold, thus resulting in stagnating warehouses and facilities. What strategies will you implement to alleviate the situation? Additionally, is government interference in this manner necessary in a free market, and how can it be balanced to ensure market stability without causing adverse effects? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee, I sit in a Committee of Environment and Forestry, where climate change is a huge topic. And most of the time, whenever we go around, over and above the environmental issues, farmers do ask about this climate change, which affects agriculture, be it crop, be it livestock, and things like that. And the issue that always comes is that they don't have any information as to, initially we used to know Kenya, by around February, you start preparing your land for purposes of planting and things like that. But it is no longer. So what policy are you going to put in place to try and address the climate change issue, which is affecting agriculture? And lastly, Chair, it's about somebody has just asked me from the constituency regarding what is your view on this livestock vaccination, the debate that is going on. What is your view? Thank you, Chair.
Answer those from
Thank you.
Honorable Junet down to Gikaria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by answering the Honorable Junet's question, which relates also to one that had been asked by the majority leader about the 2 to 3 years, which because they are kind of the same, because I'm the third minister. First of all, of course, is to say that I've been happy to serve, no matter how the period. You are happy to serve, because the idea is to make a difference. And sometimes it is not how the length of time that you do a job in, it is what you put into the time that you have got that you can make a difference in. I have no idea why 2 years into government, I was invited by the 3 previous, including the current president, because obviously they are appointing authorities. But I want to answer your question, and perhaps related to also to Honorable Koeshi's question. You asked me whether I know what I'm getting myself into. And from the questions that you have heard from Honorable Koesh, yes, I can relate to your question and what you are asking regarding the prices and so on. Mr. Chairman, you will remember that one day in 2020, I stood outside Afia House, and it is on record even in the media. I pointed at Afia House, and I said that there are many cartels in this building. I said it myself. It was not said by other people. I am the one who said it sitting in there. So as I went into the ministry, I was quite aware that there are cartels. And I'm quite aware that even this one, there are cartels in it. That's the first thing. The second thing is to say that cartels fight back. Cartels will fight back. And some of the stuff that you're hearing coming out is a question of cartels fighting back. Not only would I expect them to fight me back once you start fighting them, in fact, I'm ready for the battle, because I know the battle is going to come. And the cartels will definitely fight back. But I want to say that irrespective of the war that is clearly going to be there are sufficient people in Kenya. There are enough people in the ministry, there are enough people in this parliament, there are enough people in Kenyans out there who are going to be extremely supportive in that fight. I am confident about that. And your job in this house, as you make sure that you oversight, is also to make sure that you assist us also, in those battles with the cartels, that you'll obviously come and fight back so that they can take. In the area of COVID, for example, and I pointed it out, is that as we started the restructuring of KEMSA, and I want to say to Honorable Koech that, you know, it is very difficult for us to remember back at the crisis that we had in 2019, and as particularly after the 12th of March of 2020, when the pandemic was actually declared globally. Mr. Chairman, we were faced by a severe situation. What we are calling, what today sells for nothing, which is a mask for your face, was so rare that people were willing in the streets of Nairobi to pay 3,000, 5,000 shillings for a mask, which is now free in most places and you can take. So when people say, and part of the big question regarding that period and part of the COVID billionaire issues and so on that we have had to do with the prices of issues, the prices of goods, the prices of commodities and health, and what was necessary to contain this disease in our country. Mr. Speaker, I remember appearing in this House to explain these issues and to say at that time in 2020, for example, we were looking for anybody who could give us a mask. And yes, I am the first person to admit that it wasn't an opportune time, that indeed there was abuse of process in KEMSA and other procuring agencies at that time, and not just in the Ministry of Health, but widely. But I think the major concern, the major interest at the time, and I can give you one clear example. For instance, the PPEs. We were looking for protection gear for our doctors and nurses. We didn't have any. A PPE could easily sell for 15,000 shillings, 9,000 shillings, etc. And I can tell you, Honorable Koech, that if they came at 20,000 shillings, we would have bought them. Because it's a question of, are you going to wait or are you going to buy at whatever price to save lives? Money almost begins to take a secondary position when it comes to life and death. And that is what it was. But we are also the same people who worked on it. What steps did we take? I called all the manufacturers of the materials. I sat outside my office with a bottle of water, testing materials to see whether they could be able to be used for PPEs with the experts in the Ministry of Health. And consequent to that, we were able to use our own people in Shona, in Athi River, in Nakuru. We were able to use our own people to produce the same materials at a quarter of the price. And now today, the same PPEs can be produced in our country at 2,000 shillings or less than 2,000 shillings. So it wasn't an appropriate time. A lot of mistakes were made, and I'll tell you that and confirm that indeed there were mistakes made. But I would also like to say that at the prices that I was saying, and this is what I explained to Parliament, and I challenged this House, at the time that we were buying PPEs at, say, 9,000 shillings, I said I would like somebody to show me any place where the PPE was selling at less than that price. And I remember, Mr. Chairman, going to Aga Khan Hospital, going to Nairobi Hospital. Everybody was desperate and the prices were crazy all over the town. It wasn't that the Ministry of Health was buying those items at a higher price than the rest of the world or the rest of the country. We were buying it at the market prices at that time. And this is something that I have explained, at length. Mr. Chairman, the handling of COVID-19 at that time was such a nightmare. It was such a nightmare that, the cost to people, the cost of lives, every day we would wake up to be told that 10,000 people are being buried in New York. The Italian government has given up and surrendered, that everybody is dying. In South America, people are being dragged out of houses and being burnt outside, cremated outside their own houses. So it wasn't a time that people were making very, very rational decisions. It was a desperate period, but we did what we had to do. And Kenya, by the way, is one of the countries that got praised because of the work that they did. And Mr. Chairman, I will say this. I am prepared to do, I take responsibility, and I did, and I said everything that happened that was not correct in my ministry, and throughout that COVID period, we must take responsibility because it was there. The negatives, I take responsibility. The positives, I give credit to the team that was working at the ministry. All the members of the National Emergency Response Committee, of which I chaired, that included members of the Defense Forces, members of all ministries that were involved. We took collective decisions. In the issue of vaccines, we took collective decisions for vaccines. And the whole issue of the expenditure on vaccines, Mr. Chairman, is actually exaggerated. Because 90% of the vaccines that we actually used in Kenya were donated. There were donations from the United States government, from the World Health Organization, from European governments. Yes, they were of a great value, and they were valued at a lot of money, but they were free. We got a lot of those things for free. We didn't actually buy a lot of those ones. The ones that we bought, the ones that we ordered from Johnson & Johnson in South Africa. In fact, the quantity that we were supposed to get, we never even utilized in full, because by the time we had developed immunity and stopped the delivery of. So there were several issues that one can speak about. And as for KEMSA, it is true. When I said that there are cartels out there, it was true. And what did we do? What did I do as minister? You will remember, Mr. Chairman, that we carried out a complete re-engineering of KEMSA. Change of staff, restructuring the organization, at least in the time when I was there. So we did take action about it. And I'm the one who invited the investigating authorities to come and go through it so that we can see how we can change the entire structure to do a better job in a crisis like that. For me, Mr. Chairman, what I say is that I hope, because there will be another pandemic, it is not a question of whether it will be there. It's not a question of if it will come. Looking at the global situation today, it is very likely that we are going to get some zoonotic and other pathogens that will cause pandemics in the future. And it's a question of being prepared for it and hope to God that there will be somebody sitting in those offices where he or she will have to make some very difficult decisions, notwithstanding the fact that eventually they could be verified for those decisions. But I hope to God they will have the guts to go on anyway and save lives. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of tea, and I know that this is an issue because of the tea that is actually lying in Mombasa, at the Mombasa auction. Mr. Chairman, I know that my predecessor had set a committee to deal with the issue of tea. And I want to say that I agree with those people who are saying that there is an interference of businesses that governments can go to a length to do and mess the process in the first place. So there is a degree of regulation that you want to carry out, and indeed we will carry out some regulation, but the regulation will be to improve the market. Our job, as you asked about what is the ministry going itself doing, given the fact that it is Schedule 4 divides it amongst both the county governments and the national government. I think if you look at Schedule 4, you'll see that the breadth of involvement of the national government is quite large. And if you are involved in the policy, if you are involved in research, if you are involved in financing, if you are involved in creating markets for these products, then you will have to work, as you rightly said, in the joint committee of both the county governments and the national government. Again, I would like to confirm that this is not the first time I'm going to do this. During the COVID period or during my days as Cabinet Secretary for Health, that's what we did. We had constant communication. We had several meetings with the CECs for health. And I can tell you, Mr. Chairman, we even managed to bring in to the ministry the CECs for health to be part of the teams in the Ministry of Health at headquarters, so that you can create the linkages between the county governments and the national and the national government. So part of the price stabilization is to make sure that we are opening new markets. You know that our biggest competitors in the tea sector is China and India, and they have got varieties of tea that they produce. But we must also ensure something else and this is where the regulatory framework comes in. We must make sure that even as we talk about the prices, we talk about the quality of tea that we are producing. We must ensure that we have got a minimum regulated quality of tea that can be called the Kenya tea. Because unless we do that, our tea is famous all over the world because of quality, not because of the quantity. So we must ensure that we preserve and secure the quality of our tea as much as we can, even as we open new markets for it. Mr. Chairman, yeah, sorry.
No, touch on overemphasis on crops as opposed to livestock.
I was getting there, Mr. Chairman.
And then climate change.
Yeah.
So that we go to other questions.
I was getting there, Mr. Chairman. I think the honorable member said that livestock has got the capability and possibility of actually becoming a bigger industry, and that is true. Because if you look at countries like Ethiopia, our neighbors out here, the leather industry in Ethiopia is huge. But again, Mr. Chairman, we must look at the livestock farming in its holistic form. Because when we talk about the animals that are grazing, we have to go back to that farmer. And I said earlier, and I go back to it, we have got to make sure that that farmer is earning his bit. Part of the measures that we must take, especially in the pastoralist community, is education and extension farming, extension livestock experts. They must talk to our livestock grazers and our livestock keepers and the breeders themselves. Because part of the way that we can develop the leather industry is it comes back all the way to the skin that the animal is walking in. Because that is where the quality of the leather first starts. For example, if you have got barbed wire in the compound and a cow grazes along the barbed wire and tears just a little bit on its skin, that leather is already affected. It is as complicated as that. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that the leather that we are producing in terms of quality is second and third grade. So we have got to go back to the farmer and say, as you keep the cow, since you want to make money, make sure that the skin, the hides and skins are taken care of. We must go all the way to the guys who are not just feeding the cows. What feedstuffs are we giving these cows? And you'll find that when we are looking at a basic cow for export, 200 kilos is the average weight of our cows. Out there, they are looking for 350 kilograms cows. So in terms of meat, in terms of hides and skins, it's an area that we need to work on and improve. And we need to work with the pastoralist community. We must sit together and work on those ideas that are there. Because there is nothing very, very new. They know it. Now, when it comes to the leather industry, the formation of the leather park in Machakos is a huge development for us. It's a big thing. And so we must make use of it. This is a time when we can get the Gushis of this world, coming here so that we can make proper leather. The affluent plant, which has already been constructed, is actually the biggest single contribution in terms of the leather industry that we want to develop. And I'll be there, and I'll make sure that the plant is complete, and also the engagement with the pastoralists as well as other livestock farmers, is complete and engaged. Mr. Chairman, I also want to talk about the policy on insurance, because I think it's crucial. We must make sure that our farmers, the pastoralists, have insurance for cattle. Because if they do not have insurance, and I have been there at one time, I remember distinctly, Mr. Chairman, going to Mandela at one time, trying to get the farmers to agree to sell their cows because KMC was buying them, but they were not agreeing to sell. So there is also a cultural aspect that we have to deal with, you know, and agree that it is there. And say to them that, look, you know, when times come for drought, let's sell these cows so that then we can create a revolving fund so that at the time when the rains come, we can go back and restock the cattle. And I think it's also important to teach this issue of insurance because largely there is no communication on it. Yet, there are very many organizations that are involved in this insurance, insurance for livestock. And I think we must push that agenda, and I'll be at the forefront of ensuring that it is there. But more than the insurance is also to make sure that the insurance premiums are affordable. So there is no point of saying there is livestock insurance, but the insurance is too high. People can't afford it. So we have got to go back and ask ourselves, how do we make sure that there is so much livestock, there are so many cows that are being insured, that in terms of the insurance premiums, they can come down. Because insurance works on the basis of probability. The probability that something bad is going to happen diminishes as long as the base itself is becoming, has been widened. So there's a lot to do, I agree. I cannot profess to be an expert sitting here, but I think there is the will, and I intend to work on it. Mr. Chairman, you'll allow me to also talk about the environment, because it has also been raised by Honorable Gikaria. The issue of the environment and farming. Mr. Chairman, as we said, there is an issue on this climate change that is right in front of us, and that is the issue to do with the European Union deforestation regulation, where the European Union is coming out with the rules that say that if we are deforestating to plant crops or to farm, we will not be able to export our commodities, animals, and products to the European Union. Now, this is something that we can't afford because that is our biggest market for virtually most of our agricultural products. So it is not just because they are asking us to do it. And Mr. Chairman, I like to say that in terms of what the Europeans have set as a standard of climate change or climate specifications that they want to set, in my opinion, Kenya is actually ahead of it. Because, Mr. Chairman, not only are we not cutting forests in order to plant things like coffee. For example, in the coffee sector, we are actually planting trees in the coffee farms. We are planting grevillea trees that grow in tandem with the coffee. In any event, coffee is a tree itself. So when it comes to the issue of planting, you know, being the EU DR regulations, I think we are going to meet the, I suppose the deadline is this year, but I think we are going to discuss with them and meet that, their demand. But more importantly, Mr. Chairman, is that agroforestry is also agriculture. And
his question was, the farmer used to know that you planned at the end of February, the rains will be there 1st March. Now it's not the case. How are you going to keep information flow to the farmer on the changing patterns of weather?
I'll get there, Mr. Chairman.
That's what he asked, and yeah.
I'll get there, Mr. Chairman, but I did want to raise this issue of EUDR because it is part and parcel of this thing of climate change. And Mr. Chairman, technology is going to assist us. The biggest thing in terms of the Honorable Gikaria's question is technology. We all know that these days, the meteorology department can actually predict very well. If you look at your mobile app and look at it, we can predict very well. There was a time when we talk about Rasha, Pale na Pale, you know, which was never going to happen. But I think that we are very confident. And as AI develops, the predictability and our ability to tell the weather is going to become more and more precise. And therefore, and at that point, what then do we do? Because information is one thing, but what do you do when you do it? We need drought-resistant crops, drought-resistant animals that can withstand higher heat and longer and higher temperatures that currently exist. This is a scientific issue, and we are going to work with the research organizations to make sure that at least we mitigate part of what can be very severe natural disasters.
Thank you. Yes, Jeanette?
Chairman, I know the nominee was once a politician, but he has cleverly evaded the issue of the vaccine. And we know each other why he's doing that.
Mr. Chairman, it is indeed true that I was once a politician, but that is not, but I wasn't evading the question, because the matter is very simple to me. And in consultation with those in agriculture, we have also come to the same conclusion. I think the long and short of it is the following. Number one is that my understanding is that the whole vaccination process is to address two diseases. It is to address the PPR and foot and mouth disease. That's what the issue is about. Mr. Chairman, you know, we talked about earlier about social media and what can be propaganda and otherwise. And I think the most important thing is to involve those involved in the industry, including the members of this House, is to involve those involved with the information that we have. And say, this is a vaccine. It is being made by Kevavapi, who are our own people. It is for this and this purpose. We only vaccinate about 10% of our livestock. We want to vaccinate more than that. But the point of the matter is this. The cow, as I said earlier, belongs to an individual. It doesn't belong to the government. The goat belongs to an individual, not to the government. So the matter is simple. Here is a vaccine. It is for foot and mouth disease. You have a goat. Do you want the goat to be vaccinated? You say, yes, I want to be vaccinated. We vaccinate. You say, no, I don't want my goat to be vaccinated. Sawa. Do you have a cow? Do you want the cow to be vaccinated? This is the reason why it is to be vaccinated. You say, yes, we vaccinate. You say, no, we don't vaccinate. Allah?
Thank you.
Point
Yes,
of order.
Robert.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman, point of order.
Yes, Mishi?
I think, Chairman, on the same breath, because there is a lot of misconception and a lot of negative narrative, so we wanted to hear from the nominee, how is he going to address to the public and put some trust to the public regarding the vaccination? We wanted to hear on that perspective.
Thank you, Honorable Mishi. The communication aspect of it is huge. The communication aspect of this is very big. And I'm going to use the experts. I'm going to use the experts in Kevavapi. I'm going to use the experts who understand this very well to be actually the lead communicators, just like we did with COVID, where we had the doctors themselves explain the issue. We also want to use the veterinary officers to themselves explain what we are trying to do. So you can be sure, Honorable Member, that I am going to put a very robust communication system on this matter.
Robert Mbui,
Yeah, thank
Baya, Murugara.
Speaker, maybe before we leave that issue of vaccines,
yes.
Because I remember CS Mutahi telling us, if I can get it, you can get it on COVID. And largely, the issue of vaccines, the problem has been misinformation and the people communicating. Because the ministry has left it to the political class to communicate, and probably, should he be approved, is the area around that communication that he will need to look into, so that the right people, as you say, communicate, but also communicate the right information to the car owners. Because again, if we leave it to the members of the public to decide, since the cow is mine, and I base my decision on misinformation, I could decide not to vaccinate my cow to my detriment and the detriment of the country's productivity, Probably, since he has already answered that, but just for information, Honorable Speaker, that should he be approved, that's some of the challenges you find.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Hold
As I
there,
said,
you'll come to
sorry.
that. Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nominee says that he's very passionate to assist Kenyan farmers. Now, I have very quick concerns. One, there was this major scandal of fake fertilizer that made our Kenyan farmers lose very heavily. With your passion, will you consider initiating a process of compensating those farmers that lost, negatively, that were affected negatively by this scandal? There's also media reports, and this is what members here are talking about, indicating that despite there being no budgetary allocation, this issue of livestock vaccination is actually being propagated by multinationals that want to test vaccines on our animals. What is your comment on that? And finally, the government has been accused in the recent past of regulation of private business, especially agriculture. I mean, there's regulations on you have to get a license to grow, a license to harvest, a license to transport, a license to store, a license to sell. What is your comment on that? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Nominee, I would like to ask you the following question. One, just on the oil crops and the cost of edible oils in Kenya, there has been a over-reliance on the importation of edible oils. And yet this country, especially at the coast, has huge potential to actually bring down the cost of edible oils and actually grow our GDP. Crops like coconut, cashew nuts, ground nuts, and many other nuts that grow at the coast. But there has been little investment in this sector, especially there, and farmers there feel that they have lost their land, and production, and there's nothing they get out of the land because government has not invested in these crops. What will you do if approved as Cabinet Secretary to ensure the people at the coast do not continue to suffer loss of productivity? Secondly, what is your position on GMO crops in Kenya? What is your position on the genetically modified organism crops in this country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is on value addition to agricultural produce, and this involves crops and livestock production. The first one is that the reason why farmers are actually finding it difficult to get into agriculture is because they have to sell their crops raw without any value addition, as a result of which they are so cheap that it is expensive to grow them, it is cheap to sell those crops. Number two, also use of prohibited pesticides and chemicals to spray the crops. And when it comes to livestock, to actually vaccinate, as you have just explained, and to treat the diseases that affect our livestock. Some of the chemicals we use, pesticides, are banned in countries where we are supposed to be selling those crops. What are you likely to do so that you are able to cut the niche of the market out there as regards our agricultural crops and our livestock?
Ferdinand.
Nominee, I come from Tanzania, and I want to be very, very specific. First and foremost, distribution of the fertilizer. Farmers must be attracted to do their job, but the distribution of fertilizers in the country is bad because it's put in one place and the farmers have to travel miles and miles to get whatever they want to do, so that the cost of actual production goes up. And so most of them are actually discouraged. Secondly, and I want to just correct you, you talked about the youths. I think you have to get the youth to get into extension services, because that is very, very important. And for you to get this youth, you must have a program to attract the youth so that we have these extension services so that the youth can be able to go there and do some work. And I think it's very important that we get that right. Lastly, if you don't mind, we had fake fertilizers, and the farmers, I don't know whether somebody asked that, but I don't think, yeah, somebody asked that. If we did, then of course, specifically, we have ADC land. And you rightly say the population of this country is going up. And yet ADC farms are lying idle. What are you going to do if you actually make you a minister for agriculture? Be specific on this one. Thank you.
Last on that round, Naisula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue on livestock farm, I just want to put it to Honorable Mutahi Kagwe that it's one thing to speak very flowery words about leather, about livestock, but when you look even at the budgetary allocation that is given to the State Department on livestock, it is very minimal. And being honest as a country in ensuring that we take livestock matters seriously, because if you look at even the funding, most of the time it is donor funded. And donor funded, you know, it is for a specific period and for specific interventions, but not the whole aspect of it. But my question to you is that the whole issue on research as a country, in the past we have been a very, a country that is known for its research, and mostly on our foods, on even the livestock, on agriculture. I'd like to know what you think about us as a country on the measures that we are putting in place and what we need to do to ensure that research goes back to where it was and gets the necessary funding, because that is important.
Nominee, you can answer those 5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me start with the issue of the fake fertilizers that was raised, because it has been raised by quite a number of members. And to answer as follows. Number one is that obviously that was an extremely unfortunate thing to do. Mr. Chairman, there are 2 areas that I find almost reasonable. One of them is the area of seeds, fake seeds, and the other one is fake fertilizers. Because that issue actually affects not only food security, but actually national security. Because if you grow for a whole year, you are growing something and it was fake from the beginning, or you give your cows fake feeds and they die, Mr. Chairman, this is a matter that I would like even to work with this House to create more civility in terms of the penalties that are involved when people sell fake fertilizers, when people sell fake seeds. This is an area where, if approved, Mr. Chairman, I would like to work with this House to create that civility. And to do so, I cannot, sitting here today, talk about what I can do in terms of the farmers who have lost. This is a matter that I would have to go into the ministry, look at it, discuss it with perhaps Treasury, and see what can be done. But I take your point that a loss was made, and somebody benefited from it, but nobody was compensated, for the loss. And it's a matter that I take and I'll take to heart. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of livestock vaccination, I spoke to it, and I spoke about what I believe. And obviously, sitting in the office, I will have the information at my fingertips. I will be clear. This is a vaccine that is being made locally by Kevavapi. One of the things that I would like to say as a highlight to all the things that have been asked, including the pesticides that I think Mheshimiwa Ferdinand spoke about, is to say that there will be a rule of thumb that, in my opinion, the ministry, if approved, would adopt. Number one is this: whether GMO, whether pesticide, whether fertilizer, if that product is not being used in its country of origin, it will not be used in Kenya. If it is a fertilizer, if it is a GMO product, if it is a seed.
Do you know the case of Roundup?
Yes, I'm aware of the case of Roundup. I'm conversant with that debate, Mr. Chairman. In fact, there was a luring in Australia, I think it's this week or last week, that was made on the same, where in Australia they said that it is not carcinogenic, but this is something that I will sit with my scientists and might decide that the decisions will be made on the basis of science and data. Because it is not enough that I proclaim here, but I can tell you that there will be no product that is going to be sold in this country under my watch in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock that is going to be a product being tested here. We are not guinea pigs. We will not be used by anybody as guinea pigs. I am aware, Mr. Chairman, for example, there are some organizations overseas that are rebranding their products so that instead of coming as the main product which has been banned overseas, they rebrand themselves as another product so that we can pass it here. And I can tell you that we will be as vigilant as we can be to ensure that we protect our farmers as well as our private sector players. In terms of the taxation regime, because I think, Honorable Member, that's what you are referring to. Yeah, the regulations and the many things that you have to pay. You have to pay for research, you have to pay for transport, you have to pay just to be able to export. You have to be able to, every single document has got a tax on it. You know, this is something that we need to look at, because by the end of the day, it would be better to create a bigger volume of business people and tax them a little than to have just a few business people, which you tax a lot. Because the bigger volume of business people create jobs. You know, the less ones don't. So I'll be fighting, you know, for that position to change. You know, I'll do whatever I can within the Ministry of Agriculture. But of course, this is something I have to work with my colleagues, you know, in other ministries as well. On the issue of oil crops and farming of palm oil and other nuts and so on, particularly in the coast, yes, I completely agree that this is something that we have missed an opportunity here, because we are only producing about 10% of these oils. Yes, we use them every day. So we are using foreign exchange unnecessarily when we can actually grow palm oil. We have seen countries that have changed completely. Uganda, next door, is growing a lot of their oils now. So there is no reason why we can't do it. But I also know that we have got to work with the extension farmers that Mheshimiwa Anyonyi also referred to. We have got to have educated extension farmers to change some of the cultural norms that our people have against or for farming certain goods. For example, I know for a fact that AFA has produced a huge quantity of the coconut seedlings that they are trying to distribute. And therefore, there is an education and extension work that is required there to go and tell the people, we have got this, but it's not enough that you go to a farmer and tell them you have got coconut seedlings. How do you plant them? Where do you plant them? What sort of fertilizer do you use? Is it organic fertilizer? Is it mineral fertilizer? So there is quite a bit to be done so that we stop blaming the people and take responsibility ourselves to grow. On the issue of GMO, again, I repeat what I said, but we must also ask ourselves, what is GMO? You know, this genetic modified organism, what is the mischief that this organism, this genetic change is supposed to have done? And there are two sides to this. There is a positive side and there is a negative side. And one of the first things that we must do is ensure that the National Biosafety Authority is sufficiently funded, is sufficiently prepared to deal with GMOs. You cannot deal with GMOs in your country until you have got the institutional framework to make sure that the regulatory framework is there, to make sure that the rules and regulations to deal with those products and services are there, so that we are clear that if a GMO product comes, it will be to the benefit of our nation. And there are some benefits to some of the products. For example, if you look at the cotton growing areas, and you look at BT, and what has happened because of the absence of the worm, you can see that cotton is now increasing. We are now having more cotton. So there are, and let's also forget that genetic modification of plants happens naturally anyway.
The maize that we are growing today is not the maize that we originally got from Mexico, centuries ago. It's a different one. Wheat is not the same. What is critical is for us to ensure that we are not used by people for testing their GMO products. If you have got a GMO product that you have designed yourself, use it in your own country. Let's get testimonials of what is happening with that GMO in that country. Then when you have failed or succeeded, let's talk about it then. Otherwise, it's GMOs that we have created for ourselves, using our own scientists, that we should be considering on a first line basis. Mr. Chairman, the National Biosafety Authority is currently very small, unstructured, and I would like to work with this House to ensure that we support it via budgetary allocations and so on, to make sure that that authority is sufficiently funded and properly run to help us with the GMO, because the GMO issue is going to become a big thing globally, and so we must be ready for it. I think I spoke about the fertilizers, but one of the things I didn't talk about is the process of getting it to the farmers. There has been, I know, just as a Kenyan, I know there is an outcry out there that whatever subsidy you give can very easily be offset by the transportation costs of where you are getting it from. And therefore, what I intend to do is, working with the county governments, ensure that we use the processes in county governments, we use the processes in, with the cooperative movement, with the circles, to ensure that this can go as close to the people as possible. There would be no reason whatsoever why any farmer, for example, sitting in a county, should come to Nairobi to go and to come for fertilizer. That is something, is a cost that we should bear. Otherwise, we would be giving with one hand and taking the same with the other. And therefore, I'm not going to preside or supervise over an activity such as that one. The other aspect of fertilizer, I think, that has not been raised, and I also want to mention, is the question of accountability. Accountability of the subsidized fertilizers. And that is to say that we must have proper data in terms of what is a farmer, how much has been allocated to a farmer, how much is going to them. Is it the same quantity or a different quantity? Do we have a situation where I've been allocated 5 bags and I get 3 bags, where another farmer has been allocated 10 bags and get 12 bags? And technology, again, here can help us with the traceability of the fertilizer. We need a platform that can say, as Mutahi Kagwe, I got a message that I can collect 5 bags, but I must also give feedback that I actually received 5 bags. That way, my allocation and what I actually received can be reconciled, and therefore that transparency can kill a lot of the suspicion that is currently within that accountability of the subsidized fertilizers. And yes, extension services, Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi, is a way to go. But I think what I want to clarify is that I do not see the youth as just people who are going to be employed in extension services. I see the youth as the major participants in the activities of farming. You and I and a lot of our age mates, are slowly disappearing. And we need to make sure that our food security is no longer with us. Our food security should be with the young people who are the ones who are getting children and so on. So yes, we are using them as extension people, but we want to mainstream agriculture also to the youth. On the issue of Mheshimiwa Naisula spoke about the budgetary allocations and donor funding for the programs that are going on, particularly in the livestock keeping areas. And I want to say the two things. Number one is that we have got to be the ones driving the donors. We don't want donor-driven projects. Donor-driven projects have got a way of becoming expensive eventually. And Mr. Chairman, this word donor is something that we need to clarify. You will remember, even in the 9th Parliament, we were talking about this definition, donor. Donor is not actually a real donor, as we understand it in the English language. It's a loan. It's actually a bank loan which is disguised as a donor. So let's make sure that we are talking the right things. These people who come to do the projects in all the areas in agriculture, this is money that will eventually be paid by Kenyans. So we must not take donor-driven ideas. It is our ideas that we should be discussing with the donors. And in the course of that discussion, we must discuss the question of sustainability. What happens when this program is over? Part of the donor fund must be that sustainable aspect, the training of the farmers themselves, the training of the extension people themselves, so that when they are leaving a complete project that is ongoing. And to your question regarding research organizations such as CARO and the others, I think a lot of our research organizations have also been misused. Misused to the extent that we are working with international organizations. They are using our scientists to carry out this research. And what we find and the discoveries that we make our patent out there by others who then bring the results of the research here for us to buy. I think that it is important for us to put a legal framework within our research organization. And I can tell you this is something I tried to introduce at KEMRI, because the same thing was happening with the researchers for health. I think it is also time for us to ensure that the researchers for vet medicines and vet services are also part of that understanding. Yes, we need to work with international organizations, because essentially research is international in its nature. But we must make sure that what we get here and our findings here remain ours. That data, when you see an organization coming to say they want to work with you in research, what they are looking for is data. We must make sure that that data belongs to us. And people can buy from us, not us use our nation, use our scientists to then buy from them.
Thank you. Yes, Ferdinand, ADC Farms.
Yeah, no, I've finished, but I just wanted to request the nominee, in case you're being made Minister for Agriculture, I want you on this extension service so I can be able to increase productivity for export and local consumption. Look for budget allocation for training of extension services. Just look for budget for that, because we have talked about it.
You are the ones who give money.
No, but they have to go. He has to ask for it.
Yes, Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the nominee, I don't know when you last walked on the streets of Nairobi, but you know when there are goons on the streets who want to pickpocket you or something, I'll say it in Kiswahili, watakwambia, mwizi akiwa amekuiba, atakwambia, angalia ule mwizi ule, na yeye ndio mwizi. So I'm not putting it to you that you are anything like that. But you know, you have just talked about cartels. You were standing outside Afia House and said, the cartels are here. And you did nothing about them, because you left that and the cartels are still there. Now I'm putting it to you. While you were the Minister for Health, there was a vaccine which was approved, Sputnik. And at that time, there were no vaccines in the country. People were dying, and it was a private firm which was approved by the Medical Association to import the Sputnik vaccine. But your ministry went ahead, while they had already administered those vaccines, some of it, and you canceled the vaccine should not be administered without thinking the investment which was put in by the investor who brought that, and it was a private investment. So how are we sure that once you go to the Ministry of Agriculture, you will not stop any new investor the way you did while you were at the Health Ministry? Secondly, when you're talking about cartels, I'm just talking about cartels for you, Bwana Kagwe. The Mira, His Excellency the President, when campaigning in the Kenya Kwanza, he promised the whole of Meru, Embu, and the Mount Kenya East that this government would take care of the Mira farmer and the markets and all that. Unfortunately, we have not gone too far. But are you aware that the Miraa farmers who are going to the airport have to pay a levy, which is levied, which there is no receipt for it, there is no nothing, but they have to pay millions of shillings a day. Not one or two, many millions of levy, which even your AFA, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture, says they are aware about it, but they can do nothing about it. So there is a cartel there as well. I'm giving you the facts. Lastly, you have said about the fake fertilizer. The former Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Mithika Linturi, comes from my county, not from my constituency. He said there was no fake fertilizer. He's on record saying there was no fake fertilizer. If there was fake fertilizer, as you have alluded to, and no people have been taken to court for that fake fertilizer, and nobody has been compensated for that fake fertilizer, is it true there was fake fertilizer or there was no fake fertilizer? And the fertilizer was being distributed by National Cereals and Produce Board, a government agency, not private shops. So what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Marcel?
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, you've spoken to the aspect of the how to make agriculture more profitable and how to make it more attractive, and they need to incorporate technology and information and all that. But a number of studies have also indicated that many farmers do not comply to safety practices. Reasons being there is lack of extension officers, there's lack of awareness to existing food safety requirements, and there is also poor enforcement of regulations. So I'm wondering, my question is, how are you going to promote food safety? And we are also aware that Finland spoke about the extension officers. There are no extension officers. I put it to you from the ground, there are no extension officers. Yet we have so many graduates, agricultural graduates, from the TVET, from universities. So how, if you were nominated, your nomination successful, how are you going to create opportunities to absorb more of these agricultural officers? Because there's nobody to train. I presume you have to onboard them, then train. And then now tell us how you're going to promote safety. Secondly, we've spoken about fertilizer. My question is very straight, and I want to give an example of Busia County. Fertilizer depot is in Malaba town. How does this farmer from Busia town or from Budalangi travel to Malaba to collect fertilizer? What are you going to do to make sure that we take it to the closest administrative unit, probably at constituency level, so that the farmer from Butula gets it from there, and it's same to all the others? My last one is on sugarcane. I come from a sugarcane growing area. And I'm aware recently that you are aware that the National Assembly did pass the sugar bill. How, according to you, is it going to be a game changer in the sugar subsector? There are still issues around zoning, issues around pricing. There's a farmer who has just texted me that the price per ton has gone down from 5,500 to 4,200. So what are you going to do to improve the price of cane so that our farmers can benefit? Thank you.
Sharia.
Thank you, Chairman. Mheshimiwa, there's a growing interest in public-private partnerships. How do you plan to foster PPPs in the agriculture and livestock sector? Thank you.
Meshi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, in our country, we have been facing two scenarios. One is recurrent drought, and second is recurrent flooding. And I'm just asking the nominee, what mitigation measures are you going to put in place to ensure that you intervene on these two scenarios? Because I'm just looking like an area in the coastal region, an area like Tana River, which experience erratic rainfall, prolonged dry spells, and intense flooding. And this scenario, both they affect crop and livestock sector. So how are you going to mitigate this? Because I'm thinking that during flooding, maybe we can do some measures to ensure that maybe we harvest that water which is caused by the flooding, so that it can be used during the drought. But most of the ministers who have come, they've been talking a lot on how they're going to mitigate on this issue, and yet they have done nothing so far. My second question is just to emphasize on what the Kenya Kwanza government has been talking about in terms of creating employment opportunities. One of the area is in agriculture, and I'm just thinking, I'm looking at how the minister have been doing a lot in terms of coffee, tea, and even sugar sector, whereby they've put a lot of initiative to ensure that they create some jobs and also they boost the economy. What are you going to do in terms of coconut, cashew nut, and also Bixa, in terms of having some local industry in the coast region so that we can have some employment opportunities for the youth? And also, again, on the same breath, and this is my last question, it is the challenges which the farmers on coconut and cashew nut are facing in coast region, especially on pest, disease management, and also planting materials. What are your measures which are going to put in place so that to ensure even coconut, cashew nut, and Bixa can thrive in the coastal region, to ensure that our economy is being boosted and even we have job creation for the youth? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, nominee. Can you answer those four?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the issue of fertilizer. First of all, I want to say that, let me start with Mr. Dawood's question on the issue of the Sputnik. I remember distinctly the issue of Sputnik vaccine that came from Russia. And I can tell you, Honorable Member, through the chair, that there was not a single vaccine that we allowed into Kenya that was not approved, and there was not a single vaccine that we refused to take that was approved. Now, the issue here is who approves it. And our rule within the National Emergency Response Committee on coronavirus, and following the advice that we also got, is that we did not use any vaccines that were not WHO, World Health Organization approved. And I'm aware that at the time that we had stored with Sputnik, the condition that we gave Sputnik is, and the Russian people even came to see us, not even the business people, is to say, please deal with the World Health Organization approval. And as soon as you have got those approvals, we have no problem using the vaccine. Because you can imagine how many, what we'd have to deal with vaccines coming from very many different parts of the world. The only thing that we could do and guarantee the safety of our people was to use the World Health Organization as the major approval organization for us. And at that time,
Point of order, Chair. Yes. Chairman, sorry. The minister, the former Minister of Health is not telling us the truth. There is no way the vaccine could have come to Kenya if it was not approved. That is the first thing. They had an approval from the Kenya Medical Practitioners Board, and it was even administered. 230,000 doses were administered. But it was politics which made it to go out. It was a private venture. Yes, they had everything, but the minister is not telling us, the former minister is not telling us the truth.
Are you not telling us the truth? Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Hold there. Yes, Junaid.
Chairman, I agree with the Honorable Dawood. The vaccine arrived in Kenya with the approval of the government, and it was administered to many people, including the current president. And what happened when the current president, who was the deputy president, took it, is when that regime stopped it. Let us be honest to each other. Yeah, let's be honest.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you play politics with the health of Kenyans?
Mr. Chairman, I want to repeat that the only approvals that we recognize as the National Executive Committee on Coronavirus was approvals that came from the World Health Organization.
If that was the case, just hold there. How did the vaccine get into Kenya and have it administered on Kenyans before you chased it away? Yes, including our then deputy president getting a jab of that vaccine.
Mr. Chairman, all I can say is that whether a vaccine has arrived in the country or not, no matter how it has arrived in the country or not, if it has not been approved by the World Health Organization, we cannot use it, and we did not use it. I think I rest my case.
So are you telling us that it had, by the time it arrived and it was administered to 230,000 people, it had not yet received approval from World Health Organization?
Absolutely not. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I do not recall the actual figures that it had been administered to. I cannot remember now what figure, but I don't think it was anywhere near, the kind of figure that you had said. Suffice it to say, Mr. Chairman, that the decision that was made at the time by the National Emergency Response Committee and the Ministry of Health was that we will not and we would not in the future use any vaccine that had not been internationally approved by the World Health Organization.
And you are the chairman of that committee?
And I was the chairman.
Yes.
And I take responsibility. And we agreed, Mr. Chairman, we agreed, even at that point, as I remember, we agreed that if the vaccine could get World Health Organization approval, we would use it.
What Dawood has put to you is that you made an irrational decision based on political consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask him what Honorable Junet has said. The Deputy President at that time and the President right now who has nominated you today is the one who took that jab is when you stopped the Sputnik. Is that true or not true?
Absolutely not true.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, when that, when we were, Chairman, when we were taking the vaccines,
yes,
there were many vaccines. There was AstraZeneca, there was this one and others.
Pfizer,
Johnson & Johnson. Chairman, we were in the country here. At that time, people were really looking for vaccines to use.
Desperately.
The day the current president, who was then the deputy president, got a jab in the afternoon, in the evening, a press statement came out saying that thing is banned in our country. That's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot recall the events as they followed, if indeed that is the way they followed. But I repeat my position. We could only use a vaccine approved by the World Health Organization.
Go on with the others. I'm sure you know.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the issue of mitigating circumstances, I think that were raised by Mishi, the issue of what do we do when there are droughts and then there is flooding that happens. I'll come back to the others as well. I agree with her that, Honorable Chairman, that the issue of drought mitigation is critical. And it has been there a long time. We all know about Budalangi, and we know other areas in the coast. And season after season, the discussion is the same. And what I would like to commit myself to, Mr. Chairman, is working with the ministries involved. As you are aware, the Ministry of Irrigation, the Ministry of Water is charged with the dam, the areas of matters to do with the damming. But I also want to involve the county governments in this matter, because the issue of acceptability, for example, the involvement of the county governments with the extension farmers, because in Schedule 4, extension farmers that Honorable Emase raised, extension farmers are actually the job of the county government. My job is to ensure that we fight this fight in terms of training, in terms of budgeting and funding, so that we have got these people. And I would like to refer to the matter that you referred, which you say that this House is the one that allocates budgets, and to say that in spite of that, we can also predicate some of these things on what Honorable Naisura had raised on the issue of donors. This is one of the areas that we could try very hard to work with our funders and with our donors in terms of the extension farmers, so that in mitigating the issues that have been raised, the conditions and challenges that Honorable Michi has raised, ensuring that we have got the proper crops to use during drought, ensuring that we have got the correct livestock to use, ensuring that diseases don't start affecting our livestock just because there was flooding, going on. I think that is a job that will ably be done by extension people. I think they are as crucial as Mheshimiwa Wanyonyi had raised. And I'm going to work very hard with the county governments to ensure that extension farmers, but also working concurrently with the ministries involved in dam building, such as Ministry of Water and irrigation. And I think that, Mr. Chairman, the other involvement is also the committees of parliament. The committees of parliament on agriculture, the committees of parliament on health, on water and cooperatives. I think sometimes it is also good for us to have discussions together with them. And I propose to also engage them so that we can discuss budgeting and budget allocations also here, together obviously with the budget committee. Mr. Chairman, yes, Honorable Michi spoke about the aspect of job creation in agriculture. And I think that sometimes we also miss opportunities of job creation in agriculture. For example, we are talking about fertilizer subsidies. And we have got companies in this country that can actually make fertilizers. All the way from the coast, there are some companies in the coast. And it is true that if we structure the subsidies properly, it is possible that these companies that make fertilizers can be funded or can be part of the subsidy movement so that they too can create jobs. I think whatever we do, at whatever time we do it, we need to ensure that any opportunity to create a job is not lost, because part of the challenge we are having with our youth is actually that job aspect of job creation. And I think I alluded to the issue of disease, disease management. Again, research on these issues is going to assist us a lot on disease management. But I think that it is better to use preventive measures, ensuring that the diseases don't occur in the first place, rather than curative measures that we have got to deal with after the event has taken place. On the issue of sugar and the sugar bill, yes, I'm aware that the sugar bill has gone through, and I'm also aware that we produced this year, a large quantity, in perhaps the highest quantity, a large quantity of sugar, which actually might save us from importing sugar this year. And I think that is a fantastic development, but it must not be at the cost of the farmer. It cannot be at the cost of the farmer, because I think we should understand that the subsidy to the farmer is not a subsidy to the farmer per se. It is only a subsidy to the farmer directly. It is indirectly a subsidy to the consumer, because
the
it is
Sugar Act nominee is awaiting if you are approved to promulgate the regulations.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Chairman.
That you are now delving into.
Yes, I'm aware of that, Mr. Chairman. Yes. And that's what I alluded to. And I think that the regulations will be done in the fastest possible time.
That's what we'll deal with, what Mary Massey is talking about. Yes,
Chairman,
Sharia, PPPs.
He's not even answered my cartels and fake fertilizer.
Mr. Chairman, on the issue of the PPP, I'll come back to Mira. On the issue of the PPP, Mr. Chairman, usually the problem is not the private players in the game. Usually, the problem in trying to craft a private-public partnership, in my opinion, lies, the fault lies with the public sector, not the private sector. The private sector has got a number of things that they normally demand if they are going to put their money anywhere. One of them is very quick decisions. They want us to make this decision about their investment quickly. In the past, I think we should own up as government that we have created so much bureaucracy around the issue of PPP that a person starting the PPP process usually at some point just gives up and goes. I think that one of the things, one of the entry points for us is to reduce the bureaucracy as much as we can, particularly in the agricultural sector. There are people who express interests to come and lease land and grow, say, for example, rice, all right? And we put roadblocks to them, and we put so many conditions to them that eventually, by the end of the day, they say, if I go to Rwanda, I'll get free land and start this job tomorrow. And they lease. So we are losing a lot of investments, you know, because of our own bureaucracy and the conditionalities that we are using, that we are putting on the private sector people. Conditions that sometimes are official conditions, and conditions sometimes which are suspect. So I agree with you that we must fight more, we must reduce our bureaucracy, and we must be more willing. It should be an objective to bring the people in. It should be our objective to fight for investments to come in, not to put roadblocks for the investors. On the issue of the cartels, as Honorable Dawood raised, and what you are referring to, I think, Honorable Member, is a criminal issue. It's not a policy issue. You are referring to a criminal activity that is clearly going on someplace. You said at the airport, that is clearly going on at JKIA. And I think this is the only thing we can, you and I, is to bring this thing to the attention of investigators. I will do my part in terms of prosecuting that issue and ensuring that through AFA, through the organizations that are in the Ministry of Agriculture, I will ensure and fight to make sure that we unravel any of those practices that might be going on. But clearly, Mr. Chairman, what we are discussing here is a criminal activity and a criminal gang that is operating at JKIA, and it should be referred, in fact, to the police and investigating arms of the government. And I can tell you that that is not something that we are going to just stand by and watch the Miraa farmers, you know, get punished for nothing.
Okay. Yes, Junet?
Mr. Speaker, just still on the issue of sugar. But Honorable Nominee, you can see there's a problem in the sugar industry. And stories after stories have been happening for many years, how the sugar sector will be revived. But there's a program the government has started, and they have done well now, I can see in Mumias, the leasing program, and it is bearing, results. What are your thoughts on that? Because I come from a sugar growing area. I want to see what your I want to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the Honorable Junet that part of the problem, obviously, in the sugar industry, I'm speaking very quickly on these issues, because as you can see, the time aspect.
Your time is up, actually.
Yes, absolutely. I want to say, Mr. Chairman, that the issue that we want to address, and it is good that the Chairman has pointed out that the bill, is just waiting for the aggression. Increasing efficiency or production is part of the solutions that Honorable Emase was raising. Because if you increase efficiency and you reduce the cost of production, then automatically that wastage that was happening within that structure would go to the farmer. It goes without saying. And it is clear, anybody who has been following that sugar sector issue is clear. With the kind of debt write-offs that we have done as a government, it means that you can reduce that burden a little bit. If we then get licensees, these people who want to work with, who want to partner, the lessees who want to work, with the sugar sector, whether it is, especially the government-owned mills, if they want to come to us, and the farmers are in agreement, and the caucus within this parliament is in agreement that that's the way to go, in order for us to create efficiency in the sugar sector, by all means, that's what we should do.
Thank you, Honorable
Dawood,
Speaker.
you've had more than your fair share.
Yeah.
Which one now?
Mukami?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Let me first declare that I'm the county MP of the nominee. Honorable Speaker, we have a very serious problem in the pyrethrum sector. Right now, I've received a message from a farmer. They are saying for the last 3 months, they have not received the money after delivering the pyrethrum, and yet, even the workers have not been paid for 2 months. So, Waziri, I would like to hear what you are going to do about that and the measures you are going to take to make sure that we avoid such delays. The other thing is about the dairy farmers. How will you institute reforms in the dairy, tea, and coffee sectors to boost productivity? Thank you.
Thank you. Russell. Data Russell.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Mutai, the objective of the national livestock vaccination is to strengthen disease control and surveillance to create a disease-free zone in Kenya, for Kenya to access international markets and expand the livestock export market. If we go by what you said, that a farmer can be given choice whether to vaccinate his cow or goat, then we are unlikely to achieve this objective. Are you likely to stand by what you have said, or you are likely to change your mind if the House approves your nomination? Secondly, it is on food security.
Thank you, Raz. I was going to ask him the same question.
On food security, I really want to hear from you. 20% of Kenya is the only arable land available for food production. And 80% is ASAL, arid and semi-arid land. This is a debate since independence. And you could be the 20th or the 30th Minister for Agriculture. If the House approves your nomination, I want to repeat that again. What is it that you are likely to do? Because food is expensive today in Kenya. Production of it is expensive. And more importantly, it's because of the scale of production that is low. So in a sense, food must be expensive. As the nominee for the Ministry of Agriculture, what is it that you are likely to do so that we expand the envelope of agriculture food production? And at the same time, what is it that you are likely to do so that there is incentive for farmers to actually feel that, yes, I can produce more maize, I can produce more potatoes? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mule.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My concern is what he began with, that is the marketing. And I want to put it clear to you that the country faces challenges in marketing, leakages, and distribution of produce, especially from the local farmers and small farmers, to brokers who take advantage of the fragmented distribution chain to enrich themselves. What do you intend to do to improve the domestic market links and information systems within the market? And last, Mr. Speaker, your predecessor sat there, and I asked him about the tea issue in Mombasa. And he promised that committee, once he's approved, he'll deal with the issue within weeks. Up to today, maybe that's why he has been deployed to be an ambassador. Up to today, we are still talking about issues of tea stuck in Mombasa. And your predecessor also, when he sat there, we talked about the local Mwananchi, Wanjiku, Kinuthia, who is planting tomatoes. Yet we still have influx of products from the neighboring countries within. And yet the cost of those products at the market are cheaper than the Kenyan produced products. And this is across board. That is tomatoes, cabbage, maize, onions, and everything. And you need to spur that growth of productivity at that level. What are you going to do if you are approved by the House? And putting in mind
We were given a promise by your predecessor, a month or so, nothing has happened. 2 years down the line.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want first to start with admitting that the pyrethrum sector that Honorable Mokami referred to is in a mess. To put it any other way, would be to do the proverbial ostrich, thing and bury my head to the ground. And the only thing I can say is, broadly speaking, it is an area I intend to sit with the industry itself, the entire industry, and unravel whatever has been bedeviling it since almost independence. Since the Americans got out who are buying this pyrethrum of ours, we have never quite recovered in the pyrethrum sector. And all I can say is that I will need time to sit with them so that we can resolve whatever issues exist with them. I do not have the silver bullet with me right now. The second thing is on the issue of dairy farmers. I think I spoke at length about the industry to the extent, and I think it's the Honorable Junet who raised it, that I have to work with the marketing agencies, particularly the cooperative ministry, in order for us to streamline. But for me, there are a couple of things that we can do anyway in agriculture. The first thing is that I said, and to begin with, and perhaps that is what I'll eventually end with, that we have to put money in the farmer's pocket. Coffee, for example, and I'm referring to coffee because you have raised it, not because, and I grew up there, so I know a little bit more about it. Coffee, for instance, was biggest challenge has always been the gap between the farmer and the market. The fact that you grow coffee and give it to somebody, you have no idea how much you have sold it at. You have no idea who is going to process it. You have no idea where it is going. And sometime in the future, you expect to be paid. That's a problem. There is no such business case that can exist anywhere, whether in farming or in any other areas. And I think that closing that gap, and I hope that the coffee bill also being proposed, is that closing the gap between, whether it's in sugar or any other product, closing the gap between the farmer and the market is crucial. It must be squeezed. It must be squeezed so that the farmer can also be the person who knows a little bit about the market. And I'm glad, Mr. Chairman, because under the current structure, at least my understanding as I speak today, is that cooperatives are also getting broking licenses. And as you know, that went to the CMA. They are the ones who are approving that structure, so that the cooperatives themselves can also form part of the marketing team. Private sector does that. If you go and see Sasini tea or Sasini milk, Sasini coffee in the supermarkets, it's actually processed by the grower of Sasini. So it is something that we must face in order for it. But the other thing is the productivity per acre. The aspect of the quality, the quantity of produce. Again, even if you look at both coffee and tea sector, if you look at the sugar sector, what you'll find is that the private sector players can produce a ton within, one metric ton can come. They have got a ratio of 10:1 for the private sector and 15:1 for the government sector, which informs also what Honorable Junet was talking about. So I think that that linkage between efficiency, private sector, the buyers, and the farmer is the solution to our problem. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of Russo talking about, Mheshimiwa talking about the question that I said, the freedom. I want to be clear on this. There is no farmer, in my opinion, a sane person, who is going to refuse to protect his cow or to protect his herd at all if the alternative is that the herd is going to die. What has been missing is a communication and engagement with that person so that they understand exactly what the stakes are and that choices have consequences. Currently, we only vaccinate about 10%. So we will never be able to be disease-free at 10%. If we increase that figure over a period of about 3 to 4 years, say, for example, cover 90% over 3 years, we begin to be FMD disease-free. So my intention is not, as it were, to say that I have given people assurance and then kept back, slept on it. It is to make sure that the communication in which we are executing will make sure that the farmer is ready to do what he needs to do to protect his livestock. And I commit myself to that.
That's not what you said earlier.
I said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman,
Nominee, earlier you said, I will turn up with my vaccine. Do I vaccinate your cow? You say, no, I leave you and move on. And remember,
can I explain?
Just hold on. Just hold on. You are here to answer questions. Yes. You turn up with your vaccine. The farmer says, I'm not interested. You leave the cow and go to the next. Now, the cow you have left behind is bearing a disease that will infect the one that you have vaccinated next door. So is that how you want to run the ministry, or you have vacated that position?
Mr. Chairman, I have not vacated that position. Let me explain. Don't take it too literally. I think that is the problem.
That's what you say.
What I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, is this. I said, and I repeat, nobody is going to be forced. You cannot go and force a farmer with a gun or whatever it is to go there and tell a farmer, you must absolutely vaccinate this cow, or else I'm going to take you to a police station. That is not the way to approach the issue. The choice that I have created, Mr. Chairman, is a choice where you are saying, listen, there is no force of vaccinating your cow. However, if you don't want us to vaccinate it, we can leave it. However, these are the problems that you are going to incur. And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, nobody with the proper communication is going to make that choice. What you cannot do is go there at gunpoint and tell somebody. You can imagine the kind of fighting you might have with some people with pangas and so on if you try that system. So all I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, and don't take it too literally, is that we will give people a choice, but we will make sure that they make the right decision.
Mule. The last one from Mule.
I'd ask.
Products from our neighbors.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yes, on the issue of the East African situation, it's a challenging one, Mheshimiwa Mule, because we have got the East African Protocol, which has given us certain conditions. We have got the COMESA Protocol, which has also given certain conditions. And the only way for us to work on this issue is to make sure that our cost structure is not as high as it is. In other words, if we are putting this, and perhaps what the government has started in terms of subsidizing fertilizers and subsidizing other farm inputs, can assist us in bringing down our cost of production so that our people, the prices of our goods are not, do not exceed those ones of Uganda and Tanzania. We have got quotas. And I think there's a discussion between the East African countries that has got to be done, because don't forget that even as we complain about what they are bringing in, they too are complaining about what we are taking there and the balance of payment issues between the East African nations. So I think eventually it will come to an equilibrium, but I think on our part, on my part, my role and my job is to try and make sure to mitigate the circumstances so that we are producing at an affordable rate where we can both make money for the farmer, but also make sure that the consumer is not advancing for the importation of others because they are cheaper than their own products. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. A few questions from the public.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
He didn't answer the second part of my question,
which is
on the issue of
food security.
ASAL
The ASALs.
Yes.
I think I'd spoken a little bit about that issue of food security and the issue of ASAL region. But let me just quickly wrap what I had said. I had said that we need a huge infusion of our research organizations in those areas, particularly the arid and semi-arid areas, because the farming in the area we have got to bring products that are conducive to the climate. The climate won't change. So it is our climate, it is our products that must change to suit the climate. If it is the question of damming, and I said earlier that I would work with the Ministry of Irrigation, the Ministry of Water and Irrigation, to ensure that we are doing more dams that we are. Some county governments have done a fantastic job in terms of creating water ponds, for example, that can be used both for crop as well as livestock support. But I think there is more to be done, and I think that I will work with the county governments that are in place and see where the support that we can give in terms of creating these disease-resistant crops, drought-resistant crops. And I think I've spoken to that issue a little bit earlier. And you are right. If we don't address, the semi-arid area has to be in the future the main farming area, because it is a larger part of Kenya. But we also have seen countries in the world that are within very dry areas making huge production. I mean, Egypt, we have got Israel, we have got countries around us that we can copy. Australia and so on. So we can do it. It's a question of the political will and the time to do it.
Thank you. Mishi?
Mr. Speaker.
Mishi's question about the planned crops of the coasts.
Yeah,
Coconut, Bixa. Did you answer that?
And Chair, also...
Yeah, Chairman,
yes.
Just on the same breath, there is one section of farmers which you have not addressed, and I want to talk about it, to ask the question on the horticultural farming. There is this question, and it is some challenges, especially the stringent international standard which they are facing. The other one is the Ethiopian's fledgling cut flower industry. So how are you going to intervene so that you ensure that our farmers doing horticultural also can benefit from this?
Chair, if we can respond to the issue of the bulk tea at the port of Mombasa. I know it is a serious issue whereby it is ordering serious economic background to this country. And we really need very clear directive from him when he takes off the ministry. Because last time we were given 2 months to handle it. It's still there. And farmers are suffering.
Nominee?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My understanding, Mheshimiwa, is that, and this is something that I had consulted even with my predecessor on the matter, is that the Munyi-led team has done a substantial amount of work in terms of reducing the quantity that was there lying at the port. I understand there was almost 100,000 metric tons, and right now they are probably talking about some 20 to 30 remaining. That's my understanding from where I sit. So because of the changes that they made in terms of the fixing or the removal of the fixing of the prices, I think the situation is easing away. But this is something I can only talk about from what I have been informed. This is something I need to be there to see. But I'm aware of it. I am aware. I have been looking privately on my own about what is going on in there. I happen to know the committee people as well. So I'll make sure that I get involved as much as I can. I do not wish to give a week or two because I don't know the intricacies of the issue. But I can guarantee you that I'm going to get into the thick of it as quickly as I can. On the issue of horticultural farming and stringent international standards, yes, it is true that we are facing stringent international standards, but I think the horticultural sector is faced with both local and international hostilities that we can deal with. For example, the exports, on the export side, that's one of the areas that I know they have been complaining about. It has been there, is common knowledge in the newspapers, talking about the many small taxes and deductions and all these things that they have to do. And that's what I refer to as supporting, we need to support them. Remove some of those things. Export more, and then you can tax on the income taxes, and you recover your money through the volumes, not through the initial prohibitive taxes. And of course, on the issue of the international trading space, within the World Trade Organization and other organizations, I think that working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and of course trade is a question of ensuring that the conditions that we are getting from particularly the European Union, because that is where most of these products are going, and also diversifying our market so that we don't depend only on Europe. I think there are various other markets that we have not critically looked at that we can, to make sure that we become competitive. Part of the reason why our competitors can fix us and give us stringent measures is because they know you don't have a choice. But when they know that you have a choice and you can deny them those beans, they will listen to what you are saying.
Yes, thank you. Europe has now given us quota-free, duty-free.
Yeah.
So it's now for you, if you are approved, to ensure that standards are maintained.
Thank you, sir.
Some Kenyan has sent this question. How do you plan to promote and expand feedlot farming in Kenya as a strategy to improve animal productivity? Another one. How do you plan to address productivity limitations, enhance Kenya's food security, and prepare the agricultural sector to meet the rising demand for diverse food products, such as fish, dairy, and meat? And the last one is, you've not told the House what you have ever given back to Kenya as a Kenyan.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll start with the last one. To say that, Mr. Chairman, as an elected member of Parliament and as a parliamentarian in public service, all you do, and I'm sure the honorable members around me will agree, is give and give and give. I think that is something that we can all agree in this house. Every single day. You are giving back every single day of your life when you work for the public, and you do so legitimately and honestly. All you are doing is giving back to the community. And I do give back, and I think I have something to give back. And it is the public also that has created us, has created me, through the education, through the jobs I have had. It is the public. So we do need to give back, but I put it to the questioner that we do it every single day. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of promoting the feedlots, I think to the question that the honorable member had asked about the dry areas, the feedlot is one of the key solutions to that issue, because syrages, hay storages, these are some of the measures that we have to be able to take in order for us to have that storage, warehousing those things, so that during a dry season, we have got at least some measure of mitigation before the rains come again. And as I said, this is something that we need to work with the counter governments. Even as we talk about food security for the human beings, we also ought to talk about food security for livestock, because livestock is also part of food security. So if we had that issue of feedlot, and we say to ourselves as counter governments, backed by the national government, that anytime there is, like now, when the hay is available all over the country, let's make sure that we stock up enough for a rainy day, even as we stock up, for the people who own the livestock, because sometimes their livelihoods depend are the same. On the issue of diverse food products, yes, I agree that it is time to look at even going back to some traditional crops like sorghum that we used to grow, millet that we used to have. But this is happening almost automatically because the current consumer is also becoming very aware and health conscious. So that 10 years ago, there was very little demand for millet and soya and so on. Today, that is something that is growing, and if you go to supermarkets, it's happening. But we must also remember that urbanization and lifestyle changes are also going to create different demands that have not been there. For example, rice, the demand for rice is the fastest growing in the country. Why? Because of lifestyles, because people in urban areas can cook rice a lot faster, that they can cook other foodstuffs. So we have got to adjust the farming issues in a holistic way. We have got to look at farming holistically, relating it to changing lifestyles and changing needs and consumer behavior in the country.
Thank you. We're coming to an end of our engagement with you. There is a long affidavit sent by Mr. Aura. Members have had the opportunity to look, because we shared that with the nominee. I've had an opportunity to look at your response, and I find the same substantially satisfactory. I'll now ask you a few mundane questions. What is your net worth in terms of wealth?
Mr. Chairman, my net worth currently would be around 800, I want to get the exact figure, 800 and, about 842 million shillings.
Made of?
Made up of essentially my wealth is in assets, is in real estate, is in pieces of land here and there, accumulated over many years.
Have you ever been convicted?
No, sir, I have never been
convicted. Of a criminal offense in a court of law?
No, sir, not once.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in a parliamentary committee?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Do you hold an office in a political party?
No, I do not.
Have you ever been dismissed from office or removed from office on account of contravention of Article 75 of the Constitution?
No, sir.
Have you ever been associated with practices that depict bias, favoritism, tribalism, nepotism in the discharge of public duty?
No, sir.
I'll now give you 2 minutes to make your concluding remarks to this committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the committee for a very engaging debate on this matter. And I want to assure the committee that going forward, I look forward to working with you, collaborating with you in this House, because half of the work that we are going to do, or a fair percentage of the work that we do, is collaborating with the members of the National Assembly and members of the Senate. I want to assure you that some of the issues that we have raised are issues that we are going to look at, we are going to study, we are going to execute. I have no intentions of wasting 2 years. That is the period that I have, and I will do my utmost not only to set the ministry on the right path, but also to address some of the challenges that have been bedeviling the ministry over a long period of time. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. Unless you are lawfully held, you are now released to go to your other duties.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The originals of your documents, make sure you go back with them. Thank you. Have a good day. Members, it's now 2:35. I'll give you a lunch break of 30 minutes. So be back here at 305. Pardon? 310, an extra 5 minutes. And lunch is available even to our members of the Fourth Estate.
And if you're just joining us, the session has just taken a break, and the Speaker has clearly stated they will be back at exactly 3:10 p.m. And of course, they were looking at the suitability of the first CS nominee who, if approved by Parliament, will be taking over Kilimo House. That is none other than Mutahi Kagwe. Of course, he was asked an array of questions on his suitability for that particular role. Up next will be the nominee of ICT, that is William Kabogo, and then finally they will finish the day with the nominee of Trade, that is Lee Kinyanjui. And as and when the session resumes, we'll be taking you there live once more. But let's inform you on other stories making headlines at this hour. President William Ruto has arrived in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates for a 2-day Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week summit. During the summit, the president is expected to highlight Kenya's leadership in renewable energy, particularly geothermal power, and identify opportunities for global partnerships to address energy challenges and foster green growth. According to a statement by State House spokesperson, that is Hussein Mohammed, the president will hold a high-level bilateral meetings with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of UAE, and Malaysia Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, to discuss areas of mutual benefit in energy trade, investment and technology. The president has just touched down in UAE, and of course we'll be giving you updates as and when we get them in terms of the bilateral agreements that Kenya will be making with the Gulf nation. Elsewhere, a section of university students are expressing concerns over their fate following the delay in the disbursement of Higher Education Loans Board funds, that is HELB. According to the students, they are struggling to return to school, while those already enrolled are finding it difficult to sustain themselves in the wake of the ruling by the court, which declared the new university funding model unconstitutional. The University of Nairobi student leaders, led by their president Rocha Madzayo, have now issued an ultimatum to the government to release the funds by the 17th of January, failure to which they will hold mass demonstrations across the education offices to demand immediate action. The students also called on all vice-chancellors to allow students to sit for their exams while they continue to push for the government to release the funds.
We need education to sustain ourselves. Now we want to issue a strong ultimatum to the government. It is their mandate for them to offer us help. During their time when they were in campus, they had boom, which was very heavy. And by Friday, if there will be no help disbursed to these students, we shall occupy those offices, and every person in that room shall give help to all these students who want to study in this country and in this school and this university. Comrades, power! Power!
And in other news, members of the clergy in Nairobi County are now calling upon Kenyans to pray for the country as it battles numerous issues affecting citizens. Leadership of the Nairobi-based Global Cathedral Church is also advocating for prayers amidst growing concern due to due to high cost of living. The church is set to host a special prayer meeting on January 26th this year at the KICC in Nairobi. President William Ruto is expected to grace the occasion.
Kenya is a nation that believes in prayer, and the church plays an important role in building our society. The church may not have all the answers, but the church always needs to play its part. So one of the things the church has to do is to give the nation hope in light of all those things that are happening. And that is part of the job we want to do at KICC, to make sure we show the nation that despite of the issues we are facing as a nation, that's not the end of the road.
Kenya is our country and Kenya is our business. So we have to pray for our country, we have to pray for our families, we have to pray for our nation. So this is not about one denomination, but it's about all of us as Kenyans.
Meanwhile, Communication Workers Union (COU) has called on Kenyan workers to brace themselves for a tough year owing to the non-implementation of many common bargaining agreements between employers and workers in the public sector. COU Secretary General Benson Okwaro is now appealing to the government to honor the agreements to cushion Kenyan workers. Okwaro, however, expressed optimism that the country's economy will improve if embezzlement of public fund is curbed.
It's unfortunate for workers because in the public service, it has not been easy to get salary adjustment. And where we have seen some purported agreements being signed, it has not come to fruition anytime. You see agreement signed, after 1 month later say, look, it was not implemented. Most of us, particularly those of us in the public sector unions, you can see that many organizations are struggling to pay salaries, and therefore employees are not getting their salaries on a timely basis. And some of them stay 2 to 3 months without getting salaries. I've seen most counties.
Education stakeholders have been urged to reassess and revise policies governing internship and attachments for university students. Robert Manyala, the Chief Executive Officer of Robisearch, a tech and innovation company, emphasized the need for universities to allow students to access external internship after graduation. He says that this will bridge the growing gap between academic qualification and the skills demanded by the present job market. He highlighted the challenges many graduates face in securing jobs despite holding degrees.
We have realized as a company, sometimes we get so many good students in terms of internship and attachment, and they are very good. We'll want to employ them. But because they have to go back to school, it means that is an opportunity that is lost immediately. It happens here and many other companies in Kenya and in the world. But if in any case they can consider through industry requests, they can be retained immediately.
Elsewhere, a section of universal health coverage workers in Maralal, Samburu County, held demonstrations to have their contracts adjusted to permanent and pensionable terms as the term of their 5-year contract comes to an end. Speaking during the demonstration, the workers expressed concerns about discrimination in terms of salaries remunerations, despite having the same workload as their counterparts who are under permanent and pensionable terms.
Tumeahidiwa tutaajiriwa, lakini hatujui ni lini tutaajiriwa. Kuajiriwa kuwekwa kwa PNP hatujui, lakini tunataka tukue na msimamo. Tunataka government ama county government wawe na msimamo, tukue tukijua tutaajiriwa kwa PNP na itakuwa lini.
There is discrimination in terms of salary remuneration. For the past 5 years, UHE staffs have been working tirelessly but have only been receiving half of their salary as compared to our counterparts who are permanent and pensionable terms. We believe that this government, it has the responsibility to absorb us because actually we are providing our services to citizens.
Now from Samburu to education matters now, Kenya Secondary School Heads Association Chairman Willie Kuria has called on the government to release school capitation. According to Kuria, some school heads have been forced to send students home over school fees arrears. Speaking in Murang'a County, Kuria said the delay in disbursement has put school heads in a precarious position as they grapple with how to cater for hundreds of learners in the institutions. Over 48.3 billion shillings is expected to be disbursed to schools for first term.
Because there is no money in schools, and that's why sometimes you see some schools have started sending students home to try to get the little they can from home. The major problem here is one, last year the schools were not given the entire capitation. There was a balance of 7,000 per student out of the expected 22. And that money, because it never came, so schools closed with the debt, a lot of debt, including salary arrears. Now we opened this term, we thought that the money would be in the banks. So far, there isn't any capitation in schools.
Still on education matters, a Jomvu Member of Parliament Badi Twalib has proposed the introduction of private examination centres to enrol absent and underperforming students who impair schools' mean grade in KCSE. Speaking during the celebration of sterling performance in KCSE of the first cohort of secondary students under the National Government Constituency Development Fund (NGCDF), the legislator cited absenteeism as the cause of poor performance in most schools despite efforts of hard-working students. Twalib urged to ensure their children attend classrooms not to affect the overall performance of the school.
Score imerudi chini kwa sababu watoto wengi wanafanya vizuri, lakini mean score irudishwa chini na wale wengine ambao hawafanyi vizuri kabisa. Watoto wanakuja register, wanakimbia, wanakwenda zao mpaka siku ya mtihani. Ukiangalia mtoto amfanya vizuri shule ya kwanza, shule ya Kajembe mtoto wa kwanza apata B-, lakini ukiangalia kuna 50 E's, kuna 43 D's minus. Hizi zinapeleka watu chini. Kwa hivyo leo natangaza boldly nikiwa mbunge, tuna mpango wa kuanzisha private centers. Wewe kama mtoto wako hataki kusoma, asirudishe wengine nyuma. I will go round katika mashule yote nikifanya mikutano na wazazi tushirikiane, tukubaliane. Mtoto nampigania mimi, lakini kesho akiwa daktari atakusaidia wewe ndani ya nyumba.
Still at the Coastal Water Project at the Chamari village at Magarini sub-county in Kilifi has sparked controversy after it became dysfunctional a day after it was launched. The project, initiated by Governor Gideon Mungaro, was meant to alleviate long-standing struggles of residents who had to trek miles to search for the precious commodity. Weeks later, the residents are questioning the project's readiness by time of launch as the taps went dry.
Ukiulizia unaambiwa ni mambo ya kidogo kidogo itakuja kurekebishwa. Watu wa Mawasco wanakuja kufanya ziara na gari, wanaporudi vioski vinabaki namna hiyo.
Hata hiyo sikukuu ya Christmas hatukuipata maji, maana iliisha hiyo siku moja. Usubuhi watu wanarauka hakuna maji. Tumerudi tena katika ile mizara yetu, maji ambao sasa tunasema ya kwamba si maji safi. Katika mambenezi yetu sasa ndio tunaelekea kuchota maji.
Tunaomba hii miradi iwe kamilifu, wananchi wa Chamari wapate maji.
Still in the same devolved unit, a 15-year-old girl from Kilifi County who scored a mean grade of A plane in the just-released Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education results is seeking to meet President William Ruto and retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. Mercy Chari, an alumni of Kenya High School, attributes her success in KCSE to their guidance and support after she met the two leaders on several occasions while reciting a poem in primary school.
I really worked hard. They both inspired me to become a very grateful woman and amazing one. I scored an A of 84 when I received my results on the 9th of January. After that, I really want to be a surgeon.
She's met the president, the former president. She's also met the current president. And in fact, she said that she would love to meet him again.
The county government of Nakuru has outlined why it declined to renew the certificate of lease Nakuru War Memorial Hospital, citing forgery in the documents. Testifying before Chief Magistrate Elizabeth Juma, Nakuru County Secretary Samuel Mwaura outlined discrepancies in the paperwork regarding forged stamps, signatures and erroneous historical claims about the hospital's directors. He noted that the document indicated that as of 1923, Dr. Mwangi, Bell and Jocelyn were the directors alongside others. However, the letter seen by the media showed that Dr. Mwangi was born more than 20 years later.
Government of Nakuru. One of the action I took was to write to the Nakuru Land Registrar, informing him that the application for the renewal of lease for Municipality Block 11107 had been declined from the county government, and that any renewal of lease that may have been done or extension could be as a result of forgery.
And on the political front, the Kipsigis Council of Elders have faulted the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for allegedly inciting Mount Kenya region against the government. Speaking in Late 10, Kericho County, the elders led by Edwin Kimeto urged Gachagua and his allies to shun divisive politics and allow the government to deliver on its pledges. The elders also defended the government against claims that security organs were involved in the abductions, calling for investigations to unravel the mystery behind the alleged forceful disappearances.
As the Kipsigis elders, we wish to condemn the incitement of the citizens of Central and Upper Eastern regions by the impeached former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. Gachagua has blamed the government for abductions of Kenyans. Gachagua should stop defaming the president and to wait for 2027 general election, if at all, or the constitution will allow him to contest for the presidency.
Sisi kama wamama tunaona sasa watoto wetu ambao wanaita GNC wanatumika na wana siasa wakuu kwa serikali, ambaye inafanya serikali isifanye kazi yake bila alipanga.
And now let's get down to business. High air freight costs for horticultural exports are making horticulture business unsustainable for many local producers. Horticulture exporters say the cost of air freight has increased as airlines opt for more profitable routes, resulting in delayed deliveries, loss of markets and reduced shelf life to produce and incurring huge losses.
Change earner horticulture, which earned 157 billion shillings last year, is gradually becoming less competitive against other horticulture-producing countries, such as Morocco and Egypt, because of their proximity to Europe, which reduces their transport costs. This has seen Kenya's market share to the EU continually shrink as the country lags behind in infrastructural developments to improve custom processes for perishables. While inaugurating the newly formed National Standing Committee on Horticulture, Agriculture Principal Secretary Dr. Paul Rono says the task force will work to develop strategies that will allow exporters to explore new transport avenues such as sea freights, which are significantly cheaper, thus lowering costs by 40 to 50% compared to air freight.
Looking at the perishability of this crop, many times they get spoiled, and producers, farmers, and the country suffer us a lot. And that calls for this very important structured and national standing committee to try and bring order to the market and support the market in a more organized way.
Additionally, the government has been tasked to reduce levies and taxes that have diminished the competitiveness of Kenyan produce in global markets.
The tax regime is just a mess, and I think the regulators are also not talking together, because we have each regulator levying us, taxing us. Aggregate, it becomes very expensive to maintain. So that's why we're saying this committee has an opportunity and a responsibility to really steer the horticulture industry.
Rono also challenged members of the committee to incorporate growers in decision-making as they are better informed on the issues concerning their produce.
I think we just hold it so that as ministry we speak and engage the stakeholders for the betterment of the sector.
Today I'm very happy to attend this meeting and to see the standing committee which is formed, and I requested them not to sit in the office, let them come on the ground so that they can sit with the farmers and they can hear from farmer and they can know the challenges which are coming from farmers.
Ndota Mokami for Lunchtime News.
The Veterinary Association wants more animal surgeons and veterinary paramedics employed to enhance livestock traceability systems. The association's chair, Kelvin Osore, says there is need to enhance the country's livestock genetics through enhanced traceability systems to access international markets through quality livestock production.
Stock products earnings rose to 190.5 billion shillings in 2023 from 153.8 billion shillings in 2022. The Veterinary Association says the numbers could be higher if Kenya increased its global market share through quality livestock production. The association says there is need to enhance the livestock traceability system, a key requirement for the international market.
Have to ensure that if you send your egg to the US, for example, it has to meet certain minimum standards. And most of the standards have to do with traceability. And traceability means that if you eat an egg in a restaurant and there's an issue, the restaurant can be able to trace it back all the way to the farm.
To enhance animal health, the government has been urged to employ more veterinary surgeons and equip wards with modern livestock production facilities.
So it is sad because at the moment the total population of vets in the county and the national governments are only about slightly over 200. So if you have 200, those vets are covering 22 million cattle, they're covering about 50 million sheep.
Veterinary surgeons who want artificial insemination services further subsidized and made accessible to improve the country's animal genetics for production of better quality livestock products.
Subsidies need to work to be based on, is this farmer a large-scale farmer or a small-scale farmer? For large-scale farmers, I think they can afford about 20,000, 4,000, whatever. But the small-scale farmers, the government will need to go down to 1,000.
They advised the government to zero-rate key animal feeds components in order to reduce the cost of livestock and products to increase their competitiveness in the international market. Benson Rioba reporting for Lunchtime News.
Elsewhere, the government is turning to sports tourism to enhance tourist inflows with the launch of the Magical Kenya Mountaineering and Trail Series. Tourism Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano says that this new adventure package, which features hiking and cycling routes, aims to open up undiscovered attractions along the Great Rift Valley.
A variety of initiatives designed to market Kenya's diverse tourism products, including mountaineering and trails, have been unveiled in Laikipia County.
Very nice, Magical Kenya Trail Series.
Tourism Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano, accompanied by Head of Public Service Felix Koskei, emphasized that this experience fuses multiple tourism offerings such as cultural shows, sports, wellness and adventure.
As a Ministry of Tourism, we then are diversifying the products that will suit a modern day traveler, a traveler that wants to experience a place, not only to see a few things, but to have diversity.
We are now appreciating features like Mount Kenya, Thompson Falls, Mount Elgon, our savannah across, and very soon we shall also venture towards Northeastern.
The goal is to attract 5 million tourists over the next 2 years and 10 million by 2032. The inaugural heritage trails and Bagentuni mountain run in Nyahururu marks the beginning of this ambitious series. It will traverse Laikipia County with hikers, bikers and fans covering 5 counties over the next 5 days.
We package our products very well. To start with, we will have our local people touring various sites in this country, understanding how the country looks like, the communities that are in this country, and by so doing, trying to spread the resources that they have across the country.
This is the only county in this world that you can be able, within 1 hour, you can be able to see the big five. And we want us to commit ourselves as the county government of Laikipia and the great people of Laikipia, that we would want to play a great role and a pivotal role in terms of developing the product in this region.
The trail is open to both local and international tourists and will eventually expand to other counties. This initiative is part of the Kenya Tourism Board's effort to diversify products beyond the traditional bush and beach experiences, incorporating sports and adventure. Wairi Mujenga for Lunchtime News.
Elsewhere, small and medium-sized businesses will have an opportunity to pitch their products, services and businesses to a global audience during the upcoming World Chambers Federation Africa Summit 2025. The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry President Dr. Eric Ruto says the 3-day summit will provide a unique platform for Kenyan businesses to secure a new international market as well as a foreign direct investment. Dr. Ruto is challenging MSMEs to explore joint ventures to reposition themselves to tap business opportunities globally.
Business deals are being signed, memorandum of understanding in terms of collaboration and joint ventures between businesses, public-private partnerships, between governments and the private sector, that is in Africa and also globally.
We are targeting the participation from 4,500 delegates, including heads of state, policymakers, entrepreneurs, innovators, government leadership. For this event, we're also looking at hosting and participating and engaging and to create a B2B, business to business and business to government opportunities for over 500 MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises.
It is the first time to host a summit like this in African continent, and therefore I must congratulate the Chamber for this good cause.
The government has rolled out a plan to promote value addition for sugar, and it is seeking to provide critical funding towards this subsector. Kenya Sugar Board Acting Chief Executive Officer Jude Chesire, who was speaking in Busia during a public participation forum to advance sugar sector reform, says the government is working towards aligning milling capacity with the cane supply. Farmers urge the government to reduce levies imposed on sweeteners to help cushion local farmers.
The Sugar Development Fund will also have a component on research, which will be about 15%, and therefore there is an institution called the Sugar Research and Training Institute that will be tasked to come up with the varieties that will make the farmer benefit.
Importer akatwe 6% na consumer, kwa sababu yeye consumer hapa kwa sukari yetu hapa ndani wa Kenya au wakate shilingi wakate 2%. Asante sana.
Fixtures for the English Premier League, and of course the contention for the EPL title continues tonight and tomorrow in the evening, and of course that is all we had in store for you. But you do know our key focus this particular day, it is on Parliament itself at County Hall, to be specific, in that particular committee that is spearheaded by the Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Moses Wetangula. Already they have vetted the first CS nominee, of course positioned for the agriculture docket if approved by the ministry, and that is none other than Mutahi Kagwe, who a while ago was of course asked questions in regards to his suitability as to why he should take up that particular role at Kilimo House. And of course earlier on it was a little bit of surprise. We even saw the Speaker of the National Assembly, which has never even been done before, where Wetangula rejected a request by lawyer Harrison Kinyanjui to cross-examine the Agriculture and Livestock Cabinet Secretary nominee, that is Mutahi Kagwe. And of course that particular petition was considered by the committee, and it will be considered as and when they file a report. You do remember there will be a special sitting on the 16th, which will be on Thursday this week, while they'll consider as a house as and when to pass all the three candidates or not. And of course these are all the nominees from President William Ruto's appointees. Of course, you do know the president has been making reshuffles within the cabinet. And of course, coming up next will be the ICT nominee, that is William Kabogo. I do understand we do even have a profile on him, and you do remember he was the former Kiambu governor. He will be taking up the reins from none other than the former CS Nyambura, as well as you do remember that particular scenario where she even refused to take up the new role in Ghana. There you have it. That is a brief history of William Kabogo. He is now the nominee for Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. He was born on the 4th of April 1961, aged 63 years. Previously, he was the governor of Kiambu from 2013 all the way to 2017 before he lost that particular seat. And then he served as a member of the National Assembly between that period, which is 2002 and 2013, and of course he got his education from Punjab University. Now from William Kabogo, which he will come up next, but later on the final candidate will be the CS Trade nominee, Trade, Investment and Industry. That is Lee Kinyanjui, is making a comeback. You do remember he was the former Nakuru governor. Of course, you do know that he lost the election to none other than Susan Kihika. And of course, there are the details details you've just seen in a few. And of course, keep it KBC. We are broadcasting this particular session all the way until the end. And of course, you do remember, once again, there will be a special sitting on the 16th to either approve or deny the nominees that have been made by President William Ruto. We need to put a cap to this particular coverage at this hour. We'll inform you in our subsequent bulletins. My name is Abdiaziz Ashim. The sign language interpreter at the bottom end of the screen is Brian Muraru. Good afternoon for now.
Mimi shida zangu zote hapa ndani ya nyumba, chanzo chake ni nani? Si ni wewe?
Utachekwa. Yote hayo najua.
Yaani nyenye sikujua unampenda Karembo kiasi hicho. Ingekuwa ni mimi ungenidekeza. Mwenda. Haifai kuonekana mkizunguka ovyo hapa kisiwani mpaka tujue kesi isha vipi.
Karembo wangu. Karembo, wewe ni wangu. Na sina mpenzi mwingine usipokuwa wewe.
Tamu.
I'll punish myself for what I have done. I'm wrong. You won't be able to do anything. You won't be happy without me. Do you know that?
It takes so much time. It is not easy to get a girlfriend. Be patient. Can you do that?
One thing in my head. In this world, nothing can be taken for granted. Age shouldn't be the factor that restrains my mindset.
يا حي لا يموت بدعي بصوت وسكون.
Barakatun nikah aisaru hunna mihna. Baraka ni kambo kwamba iko na baraka kushinda zote, ni ile ambapo kwamba inakuwa yenye kutumia ama